Hey yo. I'm trying to debate on if I want to have my headphones on. Oh, for stream or not. I also know there's no one here yet. So, like, do I even start reading? Or do I just, like, wait? I don't know what to do. So, I'm just gonna be chilling for a sec. I'm, like, on the sleepy vibes. I slept like crap yesterday and then for a short amount of time too, and the day before. I need to breathe. Number one reason for yawning is lack of oxygen to the brain. So that's what. I lost my train of thought because I got distracted by my phone. This is why I don't ever get on my phone during stream. So, my brother got completely moved in. That's crazy. He's gonna start college officially next week. Blows my mind. I was 7 years in college and a year out of college, and now my brother starts college. It's like such an age gap. Mm. Mm-hmm. Um. Mm. That's okay. So I think I'm probably gonna just like get into it. Um. For reading for tonight, like I don't think I'm gonna try to wait for anybody because watch, I'm gonna wait for somebody and then like start like a whole tangent, and then I'll never get to like what I'm trying to do today. I do know Saturday nights are now gonna be the reading nights. So that's under my schedule is on Twitch. Okay, so creator dashboard, channel schedule. Okay, so we're gonna just edit. So Thursday night is girls' night. And the games vary each week. And it's gonna start at 5, probably 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, that's about it. Okay, save changes. We'll do Friday. We'll do a moke. Sup, you number one. Welcome here. We can talk here versus the other talking. Friday games. What have I recently been doing? So like, let's do like push it down a hill. Pretty dang close. Yeah, you're pretty close to that. So joke of the day, how do you make an egg roll? You push it. You don't specifically have to push it down a hill, but you can push it. Push it. push it real good. Sorry. Okay. Fridays. What was I gonna say? We can do like Genshin. Okay. Oh, I just started Final Fantasy again. Now we're gonna make this. We're just going with the reruns. Do Final Fantasy. XII. Zodiac. Zodiac Age, there we go. I pretty much start everything around like 5, so true, you don't have to push it down a hill. You're right. Okay. Save changes. Okay. Let's explore. Saturday night is now the reading night, so reading night. So this is just chatting. We just start this at 5 as well. Other than accidentally attacking an area boss, leveling has been smooth. Ooh, nice. That's funny, but I'm glad everything's been going so well. I'm glad to hear it. Okay. Pretty easy, kill this, collect that, yada yada yada. You're right, you're totally right. So like the reason that DPS was really throwing me off is that you're gonna level doing that is because like for me, like I said, you want to learn your spec as you're going, but you're right, leveling up as a healer as solo content is really hard. But if you changed your spec to healing and you did dungeons, then you'd really get to learn it. Because the dungeons, they scale to your level. And even if you have a small amount of things on your bar, you can still do really well. But like you said, it's your first time. You'll pick that stuff up. Like that's definitely not how I learned how to play with dungeons. I waited a really, really long time before getting into a dungeon, but I also never tried to level a healer, so. Okay, I changed my schedule. So, but if I go to my channel, I go down the schedule. Probably, where's it at? Okay, Wednesday. Put WoW at to be determined. We'll do Thursdays is now Final Fantasy. Oh, it's Final Fantasy. You're making the trainee help customers. Whoa, oh wait, pretty. It's raining and I didn't bring a jacket. I'm making the trainee help customers. That's awful. Abuse of power! 12, so we're gonna do, that's 5 a.m. So it's, wow, my brain isn't working. So Friday, what did I pick for Friday? What did I just pick for Friday? Thursday. Oh, Thursday is girls' night. Oops. Okay. So this is cut. Okay. So girls' night. MDT. Saturday I put vibe check. Ooh, loud thunder. Oh, I love it. I love when it's like storming outside. Like the sound of it. It's awesome. Again, wrong one. Wow, on Sunday mornings at like 8:30 MDT. MDT, Mountain Daylight Time. Oh, cancel. Do not remove. Actually, we're just gonna put TBD on that one as well. Okay, so okay, I'm done with that. I'm gonna go ahead and start getting into reading. We'll see how it's going. I'll just go, I guess, because like everyone put on the trying to hit 40, going to try. Oh, on your tune, yeah, that's a good goal. I had the Saturday night for the poll was like the number one answer, so we're just gonna roll with it. I haven't seen Radar, and Radar was really excited that I was reading this, and I haven't seen her yet. But, okay. My throat kind of hurts. I slept really bad, so there's that. And then I need to... Mango, hello, welcome. It is a reading stream tonight, and I'm like partially through the book, just a heads up. So, hi, I'm Jelly. Welcome in. This is your first time chatter, so you're kind of quiet. Not sure if it's just my end. So I moved where my mic is, on like my desktop, and that might make a difference on that sound. But my mic is like all the way up. I can't like change how much you can hear it. Is a well-loved book beat up or clean? Ooh. Ooh. Ah. That's such a hard question. You would be like, oh, it's beat up. But then, like, if you really loved it, you'd keep it clean. But if you actually used it, it would be beat up. So, like, that's a conundrum. Did me moving the mic a little bit help, Emoke? I like slightly changed. Just slightly changed where it's the mic's at. Yeah, right? It really does. So I just started reading a book that I was like, I'm not going to crease it. I'm going to do really good. And then it sits in my passenger seat of my car, and I kept putting things on top of it. And now it's like a little creased on the edges. And I'm like, no! But like, I still love it because I'm reading it. But I don't know. It really depends. Okay, perfect. It sounds good. It could be I'm talking louder than I was a second ago. That too, because the more I talk about things, the louder I get. If you can't hear, let me know. I can also turn down. Music isn't even playing in the background. I have my headphones on and I'm listening to music, but you are not. That's boring. There, look at that. I was like, oh, I can even turn down the music and like help you out there. Also depends on if you own the book. Like this book is a library book. I tabbed a library book. Oh, goodness. I didn't even think about that. I've never tabbed a book before until recently. And I got really excited about reading this. I tabbed it. But this is a library book. I'm taking this back. I was like, what's the point of tabbing it? Damn, that hurts me. Tabbed? Yes, right here, officer. Yeah. I put little of the little stickies on like parts of the pages. Ah, the conundrum. That just hit me. Like, hey, you're not gonna be able to keep this. Why'd you tab it? I might just make a note somewhere, I guess. I don't know, for when I have my own book, maybe? This is gonna make me want to buy the series. But I think I own this first book. Okay. So, bear with me. It's been a while since I went in and read this. And I have voices for the characters, so like the first couple ones, I might mess up. So I will go back and correct myself. Do not mind me. Okay, we are in chapter 11, Magnus Bane. I'm kind of nervous to start reading. Is that weird? Acts like she owns the library. That's the goal, to own a library. Okay. Jace leaned forward and banged his head against the partition separating them from the cab driver. Turn left. I said take Broadway, you brain-dead moron. The taxi driver responded by jerking the wheel so hard to the left that Clary was thrown against Jace. She let out a yelp of resentment. Why are we taking Broadway anyway? I'm starving, Jake said, and there's nothing at home except leftover Chinese. He took his phone out of his pocket and started dialing. Alec, wake up, he shouted. Clary could hear an irritated buzzing. I don't like having these in. I don't like it because it changes how I hear my own voice. So, there's that. What is a genre you'll never read? Murder mystery. I think it's the only one I haven't read. I don't like them, which is crazy because my degree is in criminal justice. But I will not read a murder mystery book. I don't care. Okay. Clary could hear an irritated buzzing on the other end. Meet us at Taki's. Breakfast. Yeah, you heard me. Breakfast. What? It's only a few blocks away. Get going. He clicked off and shoved the phone into one of his many pockets as they pulled up to a curb. Is it because of the sensationalizing of murder? Nope, nothing like that. It's just, it doesn't intrigue me, I guess, which is crazy. Because, like, crime shows are what I grew up on, and the reason I went into criminal justice. I don't know, murder mysteries, honestly, mysteries in general. I think there was one mystery I've read, and it was in middle school, and it was a mystery. It was those books that you could, like, pick your ending, like, because it's like, oh, if you picked this, go to this page, and if you pick this, go to this page, and like you could make different storylines. And I think that's the only mystery I ever read, and it was like a kid's one. Yeah, murder mystery, I'm good. Even if it has, like, and because my number one genre is romance, even if, like, the mystery book or the murder mystery or whatever has romance, I still won't read it. They've almost got me a couple times with the romance, but then it says, oh, as they try to solve this murder together, I'm like, nope, I'm out. I'm not reading it. Handing the driver a wad of bills, Jace elbowed Clary out of the car. When he landed on the pavement behind her, he stretched like a cat and spread his arms wide. Welcome to the greatest restaurant in New York. It didn't look like much. A low brick building that sagged in the middle like a collapsed souffle. Ooh, nice word. Okay, I'm going to move this closer. Ah, right next to the mouse. That's okay. Reading posture. Okay. A battered neon sign proclaimed the restaurant's name, hung sideways and was sputtering. Two men in long coats and tipped forward felt hats slouched in front of the narrow doorway. There were no windows.
It looks like a prison, said Clary. He pointed at her. But in prisons, could you order a spaghetti fra diavolo that makes you want to kiss your fingers? I don't think so. I don't want spaghetti. I want to know what a Magnus Bane is. It's not a what, it's a who, said Jace. It's a name. Do you know who he is? He's a warlock, said Jace in his most reasonable voice. Only a warlock could have put a block in your mind like that. Or maybe one of the silent brothers, but clearly it wasn't them. Is he a warlock you've heard of? Demanded Clary, who was rapidly tired of Jace's reasonable voice. That name does sound familiar. Hey! It was Alec, looking like he'd rolled out of bed and pulled jeans on over his pajamas. His hair, unbrushed, stuck out widely around his head. He loped toward them, eyes on Jace, ignoring Clary as usual. Izzy's on her way, he said. She's bringing the mundane. Simon? What did he come for? Where did he come from? Jace asked. He showed up this first thing this morning. He couldn't stay away from Izzy, I guess. Pathetic. Alex sounded amused. Clary wanted to kick him. Anyway, are we going in or what? I'm starving. Me too, said Jace. I could really go for some fried mouse tails. I'm starting to put a country twang on it. I need to correct that. Some what? Clary asked Clary, sure that she'd heard wrong. Jace grinned at her. Relax, he said. It's just a diner. They were stopped at the front door by one of the slouching men. As he straightened, Clary caught a glimpse of his face under the hat. His skin was dark red, his squared-off hands ending in blue-black nails. Clary felt herself stiffen, but Jace and Alex seemed unconcerned. They said something to the man, who nodded and stepped back, allowing them to pass. Jace, Clary hissed as the door shut behind them. Who was that? You mean Clancy? Jace asked, glancing around the brightly lit restaurant. It was pleasant inside, despite the lack of windows. Cozy wooden booths nestled up against each other, each one lined with brightly colored cushions. Endearingly mismatched crockery lined the counter, behind which stood a blonde girl in a waitress pink and white apron, nimbly counting out change to a stocky man in a flannel shirt. I'm straight up struggling tonight. I can feel it in my throat. It hurts. She saw Jace, waved, and gestured that they should sit wherever they wanted. Clancy keeps out undesirables, said Jace, herding her to one of the booths. He's a demon, she hissed. Several customers turned to look at her. A boy with spiky blue dreads was sitting next to a beautiful Indian girl with long black hair and gauze-like golden wings sprouted from her back. The boy frowned darkly. Clary was glad the restaurant was almost empty. No, he isn't, said Jace, sliding into a booth. Clary moved to sit beside him, but Alec was already there. She settled gingerly onto the booth seat opposite them, her arms still stiff despite Jace's ministrations. She felt hollow inside, as if the Silent Brothers had reached to her and scooped out her insides, leaving her light and dizzy. He's an Ifrit, Jace explained. They're warlocks with no magic. Half demons who can't cast spells for whatever reason. Need some hot tea. I would love some hot tea right now. I've got cold lemonade. I'm not a big hot tea drinker anyway. Poor bastards, said Alec, picking up his menu. Clary picked hers up too and stared. Locusts and honey were featured as a special, as were plates of raw meat, a whole raw fish, and something called a toasted bat sandwich. A page of the beverage section was devoted to the different types of blood they had on tap. To Clary's relief, they were different kinds of animal blood rather than type A, type O, or type B negative. Who eats whole raw fish? She inquired aloud. Kelpies, said Alec. Selkies. Maybe the occasional Nixie. Don't order any of the fairy food, said Jace, looking at her over the top of his menu. It tends to make humans a little crazy. One minute you're munching a fairy plum, the next minute you're running naked down Madison Avenue with antlers on your head. Not, he added hastily, that this has ever happened to me. I need a power outage so I can leave early. Oh! Well, don't get too excited about the storm. I just had a coworker that we had a storm and lightning set his building on fire. So don't be too ready for that yet. Alec laughed. Do you remember? He began and launched into a story that contained so many mysterious names and proper nouns that Clary didn't even bother trying to follow it. She was looking at Alec instead, watching him as he talked to Jace. There was a kinetic, almost feverish energy to him that hadn't been there before. Something about Jace sharpened him, brought him into focus. If she were going to draw them together, she thought she would make Jace a little blurry while Alex stood out, all sharp, clear planes and angles. See, this is where I tab it again. But I'm gonna tab it anyway. I'm tabbing it anyway just because I know I gotta take them all out, but it's okay. I still love it. That's what is it? Precursor? Not a precursor. What is the term for like it's not like quite prophetic, but it's like where things happen in the beginning of the novel that like give you hints to something that happens at the end of the novel. There's like a single word term for it in literature, and I can't think of it, but I learned it in high school. That's what that was. Jace was looking down as Alex spoke, smiling a little and tapping his water glass with a fingernail. She sensed he was thinking of other things. She felt a sudden flash of sympathy for Alec. Jace couldn't be an easy person to care about. I was laughing at you because declarations of love amuse me, especially when unrequited. Jace looked up at the waitress as the waitress passed. Are we ever gonna get any coffee? He said aloud, interrupting Alec mid-sentence. Alec subsided, his energy fading. Clary spoke up hastily. What's all the raw meat for? She asked, indicating the third page of the menu. Werewolves, said Jace, though I don't mind a bloody steak myself every once in a while. There, foreshadowing, thank you. There's the frickin' country accent again. Werewolves, said Jace, though I don't mind a bloody steak myself every once in a while. He reached across the table and flipped Clary's menu over. Human food is on the back. She perused the perfectly ordinary menu selections with a feeling of stupefaction. It was all too much. They have smoothies here? There's this apricot plum smoothie with wildflower honey that's simply divine, said Isabel, who had appeared with Simon at her side. Shove over, she said to Clary, who scooted so close to the wall that she could feel the cold bricks pressing into her arm. Simon, sliding in next to Isabel, offered her a half-embarrassed smile that she didn't return. You should have one. Clary wasn't sure if Isabel was talking to her or to Simon, so she said nothing. If Isabel's hair tickled her face, smelling of some kind of vanilla perfume, Clary fought the urge to sneeze. She hated vanilla perfume. She'd never understood why some girls felt the need to smell like dessert. So how did it go at the Bone City? Isabel asked, flipping her menu open. Did you find out what's in Clary's head? We got a name, said Jace. Magnus, shut up, Alec hissed, thwacking Jace with his closed menu. Jace looked injured. Jesus, he rubbed his arm. What's your problem? This place is full of downworlders. You know that. I think you should try to keep the details of our investigation secret. Investigation? Isabel laughed. Now we're detectives? Maybe we should all have code names. Good idea, said Jace. I shall be Hotshaft von Hugenstein. Alex spit his water back into his glass. At that moment, the waitress arrived to take their order. Up close, she was still a pretty blonde girl, but her eyes were unnerving, entirely blue, with no white or pupil at all. She smiled with sharp little teeth. You know what you're having? Jace grinned. The usual, he said, and got a smile from the waitress in return. Me too, said Alec, chiming in, though he didn't get the smile. Isabel fastidiously ordered a fruit smoothie. Simon asked for coffee, and Clary, after a moment's hesitation, chose a large coffee and coconut pancakes. The waitress winked a blue eye at her and flounced off. Is she an Ifrit too? Clary asked, watching her go. Kaylee? No, part Fae, I think, said Jace. She's got Nixie eyes, said Isabel thoughtfully. You really don't know what she is, asked Simon. Jace shook his head. I respect her privacy. God damn it. I respect her privacy, he nudged Alec. Hey, let me out for a second. I am totally giving him a frickin' country accent, and I hate it. Hey, let me out for a second. Scowling, Alec moved aside. Clary watched Jace as he strode over to Kaylee, who was leaning against the bar, talking to the cook through the pass-through to the kitchen. All Clary could see of the cook was a bent head and a white chef's hat. Tall, furry ears poked through holes cut on either side of the hat. Kaylee turned to smile at Jace, who put an arm around her. She snuggled in. Clary wondered if this is what Jace meant by respecting her privacy. Isabel rolled her eyes. He really shouldn't tease the waitress staff like that. Alec looked at her. You don't think he means it? That he likes her, I mean? Isabel shrugged. She's a downworlder, she said, as if that explained everything. I don't get it, said Clary. Isabel glanced at her without interest. Get what? This whole downworlder thing. You don't hunt them because they aren't exactly demons, but they're not exactly people either. Vampires kill, they drink blood. Only rogue vampires drink human blood from living people, interjected, and those were allowed to kill. And werewolves are what? Just overgrown puppies? They kill demons, said Isabel. So if they don't bother us, we don't bother them. Like letting spiders live because they eat mosquitoes, Clary thought. So they're good enough to let live, good enough to make your food for you, good enough to flirt with, but not really good enough? I mean, not as good as people? Isabel and Alec looked at her as if she were speaking Urdu. Different from people, said Alec finally. Better than mundanes, said Simon. No, Isabel said decidedly. You can turn a mundane into a shadow hunter. I mean, we came from mundanes. But you can never turn a downworlder into one of the clave. They can't withstand the runes. So they're weak? Asked Clary. I wouldn't say that, said Jace, sliding back into his seat next to Alec. His hair was mussed, and there was a lipstick mark on his cheek. At least not with a Perry, a Jinn, or an Ifrit, and God knows what else listening in. He grinned as Kaylee appeared and distributed their food. Clary regarded her pancakes consideringly. They looked fantastic, golden brown, drenched with honey. She took a bite as Kaylee wobbled off on her high heels. They were delicious. I told you it's the greatest restaurant in Manhattan, said Jace, eating fries with his fingers. She glanced at Simon, who was stirring his coffee, head down. Said Alex, whose mouth was full. Right, said Jace. He looked at Clary. It's not one way, he said. You may not always like downworlders, but they don't always like us either. A few hundred years of the Accords can't wipe out 1,000 years of hostility. I'm sure she doesn't know what the Accords are, Jace, said Isabel through her spoon. I do, actually, said Clary. I don't, said Simon. Yes, but nobody cares what you know. Jace examined the fry before biting into it. I enjoy the company of certain downworlders at certain times and places, but we don't really get involved at the same parties. Allegrata, hello! Sorry, I'm slow for the responses. Oh, actually, I responded in just enough time. Reading and streaming, interesting combination. Wait, Isabel suddenly sat up straight. What did you say that name was? She demanded, turning to Jace. That name in Clary's head? I didn't, said Jace. At least, I didn't finish it. It's Magnus Bane. He grinned at Alec mockingly. Rhymes with over-careful pain in the ass. Alec muttered a retort into his coffee. It rhymed with something that sounded a lot more like ducking glass mole. Clary smiled inwardly. Yay! Thank you, thank you. Ow. Ow. That hurt. I'm okay. Just gonna cry a little. Ow. I hit my glasses with my book. Good job, Amok. Way to welcome everybody in. I've read 10 pages Ta-da! Okay. It can't be, but I'm almost totally sure. Isabel dug into her purse and pulled out a folded piece of blue paper. Excuse me. It's finally raining. It's raining everywhere. That's awesome. She wiggled it between her fingers. Look at this. Alec held out his hand for the paper, glanced at it with a shrug, and handed it to Jace. It's a party invitation. For somewhere in Brooklyn, he said. I hate Brooklyn. Don't be such a snob, said Jace. Then, just as Isabel had, he sat up straight and stared. Where did you get this, Izzy? She fluttered her hand airily. From that Kelpie in Pandemonium, she said it would be awesome. He had a whole stack of them. What is it? Clary demanded impatiently. Are you going to show the rest of us or not? Jace turned it around so they could all read it. It was printed on thin paper, nearly parchment, in a thin, elegant, spidery hand. It announced a gathering at the humble home of Magnus the Magnificent Warlock, and promised attendees a rapturous evening of delights beyond your wildest imaginations. Magnus, said Simon. Magnus like Magnus Bane? I doubt there are that many warlocks named Magnus in the tri-state area, said Jace. Alec blinked at it. Does that mean we have to go to the party? He inquired of no one in particular. We don't have to do anything, said Jace, who was reading the fine print on the invitation. But according to this, Magnus Bane is the High Warlock of Brooklyn. He looked at Clary. I, for one, am a little curious as to what the High Warlock of Brooklyn's name is doing inside your head. Da da da. Pause. Unpause. Okay. The party didn't start until midnight, so with a whole day to kill, Jace and Alec disappeared to the weapons room, and Isabel and Simon announced their intention of going for a walk in Central Park so that she could show him the fairy circles. Simon asked Clary if she wanted to come along. Stifling a murderous rage, she refused on the grounds of exhaustion. It wasn't exactly a lie. She was exhausted, her body still weakened from the after effects of the poison and the too early rising. She lay on her bed in the institute, shoes kicked off, willing herself to sleep, but sleep wouldn't come. The caffeine in her veins fizzed like carbonated water, and her mind was full of darting images. She kept seeing her mother's face looking down at her, her expression panicked. Kept seeing the speaking stars, hearing the voice of the silent brothers in her head. Why would there be a block in her mind? Why would a powerful warlock have put it there, and to what purpose? She wondered what memories she might have lost, what experiences she's had that she could not recall, or maybe everything she thought she did remember was a lie. She sat up, no longer able to bear where her thoughts were taking her. Barefoot, she padded out into the corridor and towards the library. Maybe Hodge could help her. But the library was empty. Afternoon light slanted in through the parted curtains, laying bars of gold across the floor. On the desk lay the book Hodge had read out of earlier, its worn leather cover gleaming. Beside it, Hugo slept on his perch, beak tucked under wing. My mother knew that book, Clary thought. She touched it, read out of it. The ache to hold something that was a part of her mother's life felt like a gnawing at the pit of her stomach. She crossed the room hastily and laid her hands on the book. It felt warm, the leather heated by sunlight. She raised the cover. Something folded slid out from between the pages and fluttered to the floor at her feet. She bent to retrieve it, smoothing it open reflexively. It was a photograph of a group of young people, none much older than Clary herself. She knew it had been taken at least 20 years ago, not because of the clothes they were wearing, which, like most Shadowhunter gear, were nondescript and black, but because she recognized her mother instantly. Jocelyn, no more than 17 or 18, her hair halfway down her back, and her face a little rounder, the chin and mouth less defined. She looks like me, Clary thought dazedly. Jocelyn's arm was around a boy Clary didn't recognize. It gave her a jolt. She'd never thought of her mother being involved with anyone other than her father, since Jocelyn had never dated or seemed interested in romance. She wasn't like most single mothers, who trolled PTA meetings for likely-looking dads, or Simon's mom, who was always checking her profile on J-Date. The boy was good-looking, with hair so fair it was nearly white, and black eyes. That's Valentine, said a voice at her elbow, when he was 17. She leapt back, almost dropping the photo. Hugo gave a startled and unhappy caw before settling back down on his perch, feathers ruffled. It was Hodge, looking at her with curious eyes. "I'm so sorry," she said, setting the photograph down on the desk and backing hastily away. "I didn't mean to pry into your things." "It's all right." He touched the photograph with a scarred and withered hand, a strange contrast to the neat spotlessness of his tweed cuffs. "It's a piece of the past, after all." Clary drifted back toward the desk as if the photo exerted a magnetic pull. The white-haired boy in the photo was smiling at Jocelyn, his eyes crinkled in the way that boys' eyes crinkle when they really liked you. Nobody, Clary thought, had ever looked at her that way. Valentine, with his cold, fine-featured face, looked absolutely unlike her own father, with his open smile and the bright hair she'd inherited. Valentine looks sort of nice. Nice he wasn't, said Hodge with a twisted smile, but he was charming and clever and very persuasive. Do you recognize anyone else? She looked again. Standing behind Valentine a little to the left was a thin boy with a shock of light brown hair. He had the big shoulders and gawky wrists of someone who hadn't grown into his height yet. Is that you? Hodge nodded. And? She had to look twice before she identified someone else she knew, so young as to be nearly unrecognizable. In the end, his glasses gave him away, and the eyes behind them, light blue as seawater. Light blue as seawater. Luke, she said. Lucian. And here. Leaning over the photo, Hodge indicated an elegant-looking teenage couple, both dark-haired, the girl half a head taller than the boy. Her features were narrow and predatory, almost cruel. The Lightwoods, he said, and there, he indicated a very handsome boy with curling dark hair, high color, and a square-jawed face, is Michael Wayland. He doesn't look anything like Jace. Jace resembles his mother. Is this, like, a class photo? Clary asked. Not quite. This is a picture of the circle taken in the year it was formed. That's why Valentine, the leader, is in the front, and Luke is on his right side. He was Valentine's second in command. Clary turned her gaze away. I still don't understand why my mother would join something like that. You must understand. You keep saying that, Clary said crossly. I don't see why I must understand anything. You tell me the truth, and I'll either understand it or I won't. The corner of Hodge's mouth twitched. As you say. He paused to reach out a hand and stroke Hugo, who was strutting along the edge of the desk importantly. The Accords have never had the support of the whole clave. The more venerable families especially cling to the old ways when downworlders were for killing, not just out of hatred, but because it made them feel safe. It is easier to confront a threat as a mass, a group, not individuals who must be evaluated one by one. And most of us knew someone who had been injured or killed by a downworlder. There is nothing, he added, quite like the moral absolutism of the young. It's easy, as a child, to believe in good and evil, in light and dark. Valentine never lost that. Neither his destructive idealism nor his passionate loathing of anything he considered non-human. But he loved my mother, said Clary. Ooh, Dole! It's raining men. Hallelujah, it's raining men. Thunder and lightning. Oh my goodness. I wish it was raining here. It was nice and hot and muggy and gross. I'd take the rain. It'll get rid of the flies. Hallelujah, it's raining men. Okay. But he loved my mother, said Clary. Yes, said Hodge. He loved your mother, and he loved Idris. What was so great about Idris? Clary asked, hearing the grumpiness in her own voice. It was, Hodge began, and corrected himself. It is home for the Nephilim, where they can be their true selves, a place where there is no need for hiding or glamour, a place blessed by angel. You have never seen a city until you have seen Alicante of the glass towers. It is more beautiful than you can imagine. I'd be taking shelter. Yeah, that's a good way to get knocked out. Like raining cats and dogs? Maybe not. And now Clary thought suddenly of her dream. Were there ever dances in the Glass City? Hodge blinked at her as if waking up from a dream. Every week. I never attended, but your mother did, and Valentine. He chuckled softly. I was more of a scholar. I spent my days in the library in Alicante. The books you see here are only a fraction of the treasures it holds. I thought perhaps I might join the Brotherhood someday, but after what I did, of course, they would not have me.
Golf ball hail 2 times over, according to a customer. That's awful. Oh my god, we almost got hit with golf ball hail the other night where my brother was checking into college. It was crazy. I'm like, oh, no thank you. I remember one time at college, like my first year, it hailed like baseball size like pieces of hail, and kids were running outside to go move their cars and park them under trees in the lawn. It was crazy. One, I wouldn't have even gone outside, but two, everyone was like, you need to protect the vehicles, and they went and drove them onto the grass underneath the trees. It was crazy.
I'm sorry, Clary said awkwardly. Her mind was still full of the memory of her dream. Was there a mermaid fountain where they danced? Did Valentine wear white so that my mother could see the marks on his skin even through his shirt? Can I keep this? She asked, indicating the photograph. A flicker of hesitation passed over Hodge's face. I would prefer you not to show it to Jace, he said. He has enough to contend with without photos of his dead father turning up. Of course, she hugged it to her chest. Thank you. It's nothing. He looked at her quizzically. Did you come to the library to see me, or for some other purpose? I was wondering if you'd heard from the Clave about the cup and my mom. I got a short reply this morning. She could hear the eagerness in her voice. Have they sent people? Shadow hunters? Hodge looked away from her. Yes, they have. Why aren't they staying here? She asked. There is some concern that the Institute is being watched by Valentine. The less he knows, the better. He saw her miserable expression inside. I'm sorry I can't tell you more, Clarissa. I am not much trusted by the Clave, even now. They told me very little. I wish I could help you. There was something about the sadness in his voice that made her reluctant to push him for more information. You can, she said. I can't sleep. I keep thinking too much. Could you? Ah, the unquiet mind. His voice was full of sympathy. I can give you something for that. Wait here. ...
Baseballs can kill. Yeah, they can. Yes, they can. That's scary. Oh, I need to stretch. Don't mind me. Oh, sitting in the car all day. Pretty much driving.
Okay. The potion Hodge gave her smelled pleasantly of juniper and leaves. Clary kept opening the vial and smelling it on her way back down the corridor. It was unfortunately still open when she entered her bedroom and found Jace sprawled out on the bed, looking at her sketchbook. With a little shriek of astonishment, she dropped the vial. It bounced across the floor, spilling pale green liquid onto the hardwood. Oh dear, said Jace, sitting up, the sketchbook abandoned. I hope that wasn't anything important. It was a sleeping potion, she said angrily, towing the vial with the tip of a sneaker. And now it's gone. If only Simon were here. He could probably bore you to sleep. Clary was in no mood to defend Simon. Instead, she sat down on the bed, picking up the sketchbook. I don't usually let people look at this. Why not? Jace looked tousled, as if he'd been asleep himself. You're a pretty good artist, sometimes even excellent. Well, because it's like a diary. Except I don't think in words, I think in pictures, so it's all drawings. But it's still private. She wondered if she sounded as crazy as she suspected. Jace looked wounded. A diary with no drawings of me in it? Where are the torrid fantasies, the romance novel covers, the "do all girls you meet fall in love with you?" Clary asked quietly. The question seemed to deflate him, like a pin popping a balloon. "It's not love," he said after a pause. "At least." "You could try not being charming all the time," Clary said. "It might be a relief for everyone." He looked down at his hands. They were like Hodge's hands already, snowflaked with tiny white scars, though the skin was young and unlined. "If you're really tired, I could put you to sleep," he said. Tell you a bedtime story." She looked at him. "Are you serious?" "I'm always serious." She wondered if being tired had made them both a little crazy. But Jace didn't look tired. He looked almost sad. She set the sketchbook down on the night table and lay down, curling sideways on the pillow. "Okay." "Close your eyes." She closed them. She could see the after-image of lamplight reflected against her inner lids like tiny starburst. "Once there was a boy," said Jace. Clary interrupted immediately. "A shadow hunter boy?" "Of course." For a moment a bleak amusement colored his voice. Then it was gone. "When the boy was 6 years old, his father gave him a falcon to train. 'Falcons are raptors, killing birds,' his father told him. 'The shadow hunters of the sky.' The falcon didn't like the boy, and the boy didn't like it either. Its sharp beak made him nervous, and its bright eyes always seemed to be watching him. It would slash at him with beak and talons when he came near. For weeks, his wrists and hands were always bleeding. He didn't know it, but his father had selected a falcon that had lived in the wild for over a year, and thus was nearly impossible to tame. But the boy tried, because his father had told him to make the falcon obedient, and he wanted to please his father. He stayed with the falcon constantly, keeping it awake by talking to it and even playing music to it, because a tired bird was meant to be easier to tame. He learned the equipment, the jesses, the hood, the braille, the leash that bound the bird so his wrist. He was meant to keep the falcon blind, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Instead, he tried to sit where the bird could see him as he touched and stroked his wings, willing it to trust him. He fed it from his hand, and at first it would not eat. Later, it ate so savagely that its beak cut the skin of his palm. But the boy was glad, because it was progress, and because he wanted the bird to know him, even if the bird had to consume his blood to make that happen. He began to see that the falcon was beautiful, that its slim wings were built for the speed of flight, that it was strong and swift, fierce and gentle. When it dived to the ground, it moved like light. When it learned to circle and come to his wrist, he nearly shouted with delight. Sometimes the bird would hop to his shoulder and put its beak in his hair. He knew his falcon loved him, and when he was certain it was not just tamed, but perfectly tamed, he went to his father and showed him what he had done, expecting him to be proud. Instead, his father took the bird, now tame and trusting, in his hands and broke its neck. "I told you not to make it obedient," his father said, and dropped the falcon's lifeless body to the ground. "Instead, you taught it to love you. Falcons are not meant to be loving pets. They are fierce and wild, savage and cruel. This bird was not tamed, it was broken." Later, when his father left him, the boy cried over his pet, until eventually his father sent a servant to take the body off the bird away and bury it. The boy never cried again. He never forgot what he'd learned, that to love is to destroy, and that to be loved is to be the one destroyed. Clary, who had been lying still, hardly breathing, rolled onto her back and opened her eyes. "That's an awful story," she said, indignantly. Jace had his legs pulled up, his chin on his knees. "Is it?" "Is it?" he said, ruminatively. That was a hard word. "The boy's father is horrible. It's a story about child abuse. I should have known that's what shadow hunters think a bedtime story is like. Anything that gives you screaming nightmares." "Sometimes the marks can give you screaming nightmares," said Jace, "if you get them when you're too young." He looked at her thoughtfully. The late afternoon light came in through the curtains and made his face a study in contrast. "Chiaroscuro," she thought, "the art of shadows and light." "It's a good story if you think about it," he said. "The boy's father is just trying to make him stronger, inflexible." "But you have to learn to bend a little," said Clary with a yawn. Despite the story's content, the rhythm of Jace's voice had made her sleepy. "Or you'll break." "Not if you're strong enough," said Jace firmly. He reached out, and she felt the back of his hand brush her cheek. She realized her eyes were slipping shut. Exhaustion made her bones liquid. She felt as if she might wash away and vanish. As she fell into sleep, she heard the echo of words in her mind. He gave me anything I wanted. Horses, weapons, books, even a hunting falcon. Jace, she tried to say, but sleep had her in its claws. It drew her down and she went silent.
Ah. Dun dun dun. I need to fill my drink because my throat is getting too much. And then I'm going to eat something real quick. A little bite of something real quick. I went to a gas station and wanted lemonade and they didn't have lemonade, so I have vitamin water. Squeezed lemonade flavor. Which is underwhelming, but it worked. Did not go through them as fast as I thought I would. So just finished my first bottle, and I bought it this morning at like 9. And so. Oh yeah, I've got these C's candies that I've hidden behind my computer I forgot about for a really long time. It's the Toffeeettes. I love them. They're yummy. They stick in my teeth. It's raining men. Hallelujah, it's raining men. Okay, sorry, I just reread that comment and I thought it was funny again. Oh, it wasn't a chapter, it was a pause. Okay, so I started on page 188, which means 288 is 100 pages. But what's like the close? Oh, look at that. 281. So we're gonna go for chapter 15 and we started on 11. It's a nice thick chunk of pages. Okay. I don't want to dog ear it. I'm just gonna tab it and then I'll know and then I'll just remove the tab. That's the goal. Okay. 60 more pages. Okay. She was woken by an urgent voice. Whose was it? Get up! Clary opened her eyes slowly. They felt gluey, stuck together. Something was tickling her face. It was someone's hair. She sat up quickly and her head struck something hard. Ow! You hit me in the head! It was a girl's voice. Isabel. She flicked on the light next to the bed and regarded Clary resentfully, rubbing at her scalp. She seemed to shimmer in the lamplight. She was wearing a long, silvery skirt and a sequin top, and her nails were painted like glittering coins. Strands of silver beads were caught in her dark hair. She looked like a moon goddess. Clary hated her. Well, nobody told you to lean over me like that. You practically scared me to death. Clary rubbed at her own head. There was a sore spot just above her eyebrow. What do you want, anyway? Isabel indicated the dark night sky outside. It's almost midnight. We've got to leave for the party, and you're still not dressed. I was just going to wear this, Clary said, indicating her jeans and t-shirt ensemble. Is that a problem? Is that a problem?
Isabel looked like she might faint. Of course it's a problem. No downworlder would wear those clothes, and it's a party. You'll stick out like a sore thumb if you dress that casually, she finished, looking as if the word she'd wanted to use was a lot worse than casually. I didn't know we were dressing up, Clary said sourly. I don't have any party clothes with me. You'll just have to borrow mine. Oh no, Clary thought. Clary thought of the too big t-shirt and jeans. I mean, I couldn't, really. Isabel's smile was as glittering as her nails. Isabel's smile was as glittering as her nails. I insist. ... I'd really rather wear my own clothes, Clary protested, squirming uncomfortably as Isabel positioned her in front of the floor-length mirror in her bedroom. Well, you can't, Isabel said. You look about 8 years old, and worse, you look like a mundane. Clary set her jaw rebelliously. None of your clothes are going to fit me. We'll see about that. Clary watched Isabel in the mirror as she rifled through her closet. Her room looked as if a disco ball had exploded inside it. The walls were black and shimmering with swirls of sponged-on gold paint. Clothes were strewn everywhere, on the rumpled black bed, hung over the backs of the wooden chairs, spilling out of the closet, and the tall wardrobe propped against one wall. Her vanity table, its mirror rimmed with spangled pink fur, was covered in glitter, sequins, and pots of blush and powder. Nice room, Clary said, thinking longingly of her orange walls at home. Thanks, I painted it myself. Isabel emerged from the closet, holding something black and slinky. She tossed it at Clary. Clary held the cloth up, letting it unfold. It looks awfully small. It's stretchy, said Isabel. Now, go put it on. Hastily, Clary retreated to the small bathroom, which was painted bright blue. She wiggled the dress on over her head. It was tight, with tiny spaghetti straps. Trying not to inhale too deeply, she returned to the bedroom, where Isabel was sitting on the bed, sliding a set of jeweled toe rings onto her sandaled feet. You're so lucky to have such a flat chest, Isabel said. I could never wear that without a bra. Clary scowled. It's too short. It's not short. It's fine, Isabel said, toeing around under the bed. She kicked out a pair of boots and some black fishnet tights. Here, you can wear these with it. They'll make you look taller. Damn. Right, because I'm flat-chested and a midget. Clary tugged the hem of the dress down. It just brushed the tops of her thighs. She hardly ever wore skirts, much less short ones. So seeing this much of her own legs was alarming. If it's this short on me, how short must it be on you? She mused aloud to Isabel. Isabel grinned. On me, it's a shirt. Clary flopped down on the bed and pulled the tights and the boots up. The shoes were a little loose around the calves, but didn't slide around on her feet. She laced them to the top and stood up, looking at herself in the mirror. She had to admit that the combination of short black dress, fishnets, and high boots was fairly badass. The only thing that spoiled it was, your hair, Isabel said. It needs fixing. Desperately. Sit. She pointed imperiously toward the vanity table. Clary sat and squinched her eyes shut as Isabel yanked her hair out of its braids, none too kindly, and brushed it out, shoving what felt like bobby pins into it. She opened her eyes just as powder puff smacked her in the face, releasing a dense cloud of glitter. Clary coughed and glared at Isabel accusingly. The other girl laughed. Don't look at me. Look at yourself. Glancing in the mirror, Clary saw that Isabel had pulled her hair up into an elegant swirl on the top of her head, held in place with sparkling pins. Clary was reminded suddenly of her dream, the heavy hair weighing her head down, dancing with Simon. She stirred restlessly. Don't get up yet, Isabel said. We're not done. She seized an eyeliner pen. Open your eyes. Clary widened her eyes, which was good for keeping herself from crying. Isabel, can I ask you something? Sure, said Isabel, wielding the eyeliner expertly. Is Alec gay? Isabel's wrist jerked. The eyeliner skidded, inking a long line of black from the corner of Clary's eye to her hairline. Oh, hell, Isabel said, putting the pen down. It's all right, Clary began. putting your hand up to her eye. No, it isn't.
This book isn't PC. I love it. That's okay. You meant PG? Is that what you're talking about? This book isn't PG. PC. Oh, politically correct. What got wrong? What did I miss? What was not politically incorrect? What was politically incorrect? What did I miss? I feel like I'm missing something now.
No, it isn't. Isabel sounded near tears as she scrambled around among the piles of junk on top of the vanity. Eventually, she came up with a cotton ball, which she handed to Clary. Here, use this. She sat down on the edge of the bed, ankle bracelets jingling, and looked at Clary through her hair. How did you guess? She said finally. You absolutely can't tell anyone, said Isabel. Not even Jace? Especially not Jace. All right, Clary heard the stiffness on her own voice. I guess I didn't realize it was such a big deal. It would be to my parents, said Isabel quietly. They would disown him and throw him out of the clave. What? He can't be gay and a shadow hunter? There's no official rule about it, but people don't like it. I mean, less with people our age, I think, she added uncertainly, and Clary remembered how few other people her age Isabel had ever really met. But the older generation know. If it happens, they don't talk about it. Oh, said Clary, wishing she'd never mentioned it. I love my brother, said Isabel. I'd do anything for him, but there's nothing I can do. At least he has you, said Clary awkwardly, and she thought for a moment of Jace, who thought of love as something that broke you into pieces. Do you really think that Jace would mind? I don't know, said Isabel in a tone that indicated she'd had enough of the topic, but it's not my choice to make. I guess not, Clary said. She leaned into the mirror, using the cotton Isabel had given her to dab away the excess eye makeup. When she sat back, she nearly dropped the cotton ball in surprise. What had Isabel done to her? Her cheekbones looked sharp and angular, her eyes deep-set, mysterious, and a luminous green. I look like my mom, she said in surprise. Isabel raised her eyebrows. What? Too middle-aged? Maybe some more glitter. No more glitter, Clary said hastily. No, it's good. I like it. Great. Isabel bounced off the bed, her anklets chiming. Let's go. I need to stop by my room and grab something, Clary said, standing up. Also, do I need any weapons? Do you? I've got plenty, Isabel smiled, kicking her feet up so that her anklets jingled like Christmas bells. These, for instance. The left one is Electrum, which is poisonous to demons, and the right one is Blessed Iron, in case I run across any unfriendly vampires, or even fairies. Fairies hate iron. They both have strength runes carved into them, so I can pack a hell of a kick. Demon hunting and fashion, Claire said. I never would have thought you went together. Isabel laughed out loud. You'd be surprised. ... I do the ... because there's like a time gap in the book. The boys were waiting for them in the entryway. They were wearing black, even Simon, and a slightly too big pair of black pants and his own t-shirt turned inside out to hide the band logo. He was standing uncomfortably to the side, while Jason and Alex slouched together against the wall, looking bored. Simon glanced up as Isabel strode into the entryway, her gold whip coiled around her wrist, her metal ankle chains chiming like bells. Clary expected him to look stunned. Isabel did look amazing, but his eyes slid past her to Clary, where they rested with a look of astonishment. What is that? He demanded, straightening up. That you're wearing, I mean. Clary looked down at herself. She'd thrown a light jacket on to make her feel less naked, and grabbed her backpack from her room. It was slung over her shoulder, bumping familiarly between her shoulder blades. But Simon wasn't looking at her backpack. He was looking at her legs, as if he'd never seen them before. "It's a dress, Simon," Clary said dryly. "I know I don't wear them that much, but really." "It's so short," he said in confusion. Even half in demon hunter clothes, Clary thought, he looked like the sort of boy who'd come over to your house to pick you up for a date and be polite to your parents and nice to your pets. Jace, on the other hand, looked like the sort of boy who'd come over to your house and burn it down for kicks. "I like the dress," he said. "Ooh," was this Jace. "I like the dress," he said, unhitching himself from the wall. His eyes ran up and down her lazily, like the stroking paws of a cat. "It needs a little something extra, though." "So now you're a fashion expert?" Her voice came out unevenly. He was standing very close to her, close enough that she could feel the warmth of him, smell the faint burn scent of newly applied marks. He took something out of his jacket and handed it to her. It was a long, thin dagger in a leather sheath. The hilt of the dagger was set with a single red stone carved in the shape of a rose. She shook her head. "I wouldn't even know how to use that." He pressed it into her hand, curling her fingers around it. "You'd learn." He dropped his voice. "It's in your blood." She drew her hand back slowly. "All right." "I could give you a thigh sheath to put that in," Isabel offered. "I've got tons." "Certainly not," said Simon. Clary shot him an irritated look. "Thanks, but I'm not really a thigh sheath kind of girl." She slid the dagger into the outside pocket on her backpack. She looked up from closing it to find Jace watching her through hooded eyes. "And one last thing," he said. He reached over and pulled the sparkling pins out of her hair, so that it fell in warm and heavy curls down her neck. The sensation of hair tickling her bare skin was unfamiliar and oddly pleasant. "Much better," he said, and she thought this time that maybe his voice was slightly uneven too. Woohoo! Chapter 12. That was only one chapter. Ah, I thought I was two in. Amok, what was politically incorrect to the point that you laughed that it wasn't politically correct? What did I miss? Because I missed something. Sorry, that was loud. Ah! Mm-hmm. Just sitting here, listening to me eat. ASMR. Crunching M&Ms. Okay. That last chapter was called Magnus Bane, and he wasn't even present. You'll DM me later. Okay. Chapter 12. Dead Man's Party. The direction on the invitation took them to a largely industrial neighborhood in Brooklyn, whose streets were lined with factories and warehouses. Clary could see, had been converted into lofts and galleries, but there was still something forbidding about their looming square shapes, boasting only a few windows covered in iron grills. They made their way from the subway station, Isabel navigating with a sensor, which seemed to have a sort of mapping system built in. Simon, who loved gadgets, was fascinated, or at least he was pretending it was a sensor he was fascinated with. Hoping to avoid them, Clary lagged behind as they crossed through a scrubby park, its badly kept grass burned brown by the summer heat. To her right, the spires of a church gleamed gray and black against the starless night sky. Keep up," said an irritable voice in her ear. It was Jace, who had dropped back to walk beside her. "I don't want to have to keep looking behind me to make sure nothing's happened to you." "So don't bother." "Last time I left you alone, a demon attacked you," he pointed out. "Well, I'd certainly hate to interrupt your pleasant night stroll with my sudden death." He blinked. "There's a fine line between sarcasm and outright hostility, and you seem to have crossed it. What's up?" She bit her lip. "This morning, weird, creepy guys dug around in my brain. Now, I'm going to meet the weird, creepy guys who originally dug around in my brain. What if I don't like what he finds? What makes you think you won't? Clary pulled her hair away from her sticky skin. I hate it when you answer a question with a question. No, you don't. You think it's charming. Anyway, wouldn't you rather know the truth? No. I mean, maybe. I don't know, she sighed. Would you? This is the right street, called Isabel, a quarter of a block ahead. They were on a narrow avenue lined with old warehouses, though most now bore the signs of human resident. Window boxes filled with flowers, lace curtains blowing in the clammy night breeze, numbered plastic trash cans stacked on the sidewalk. Clary squinted hard, but there was no way to tell if this was the street she'd been on at Bone City. In her vision, it had been nearly obliterated with snow. She felt Jace's fingers brush her shoulder. Absolutely. Always, he murmured. She looked sideways at him, not understanding. What? The truth, he said. I would. Jace! It was Alec. He was standing on the pavement, not far away. Clary wondered why his voice had sounded so loud. Jace turned, his hand falling away from her shoulder. Yes? Think you're in the right place? Alec was pointing at something Clary couldn't see. It was hidden behind the bulk of a large black car. What's that? Jace pointed. Jace joined Alec. Clary heard him laugh. Coming around the car, she saw that they were looking at several motorcycles, sleek and silvery, with low-slung black chassis. Oily-looking tubes and pipes slithered up and around them, ropey as veins. There was a queasy sense of something organic about the bikes, like the bio creatures in a Geiger painting. Vampires, Chase said. They look like motorcycles to me, said Simon, joining them with Isabel at his side. She frowned at the bikes. They are, but they've been altered to run on demon energies, she explained. Vampires use them. It lets them go around fast at night. It's not strictly covenant, but I've heard some of the bikes can fly, said Alec eagerly. He sounded like Simon with a new video game, or go invisible at the flick of a switch, or operate underwater. Jace had jumped down off the curb and was circling the bikes, examining them. He reached out a hand and stroked one of the bikes along the sleek chassis. That's what a chassis is. Chassis. That's a chassis, right? It had words painted along the side in silver. Nox Invictus. Victorious Knight, he translated. Alec was looking at him strangely. What are you doing? Claire thought she saw Jace slide his hand back inside his jacket. Nothing. Well, hurry up, said Isabel. I didn't get this dressed up to watch you mess around in the gutter with a bunch of motorcycles. They are pretty to look at, said Jace, hopping back up on the pavement. You have to admit that. So am I, said Isabel, who didn't look inclined to admit anything. Now hurry up. Jace was looking at Clary. This building, he said, pointing at the red brick warehouse. Is this the one? Clary exhaled. I think so, she said uncertainly. They all look the same. One way to find out, said Isabel, mounting the steps with a determined stride. The rest of them followed, crowding close to one another in the foul-smelling entryway. A naked bulb hung from a cord overhead, illuminating a large metal-bound door and a row of apartment buzzers along the left wall. Ooh, hi! Sorry, I was zoning. Welcome! Yeah, story time with Jelly. How are you doing? Yeah, sorry. I really like when there's not a lot of people in chat. Like I really zone in on the book. I really do. But welcome. We're reading City of Bones by Cassandra Clare. We are on chapter 12. Yes, I just did that. I'm doing great. I didn't get a lot of sleep, and I did a lot of driving today, and my throat is very kind of sore and scratchy, and so pardon me with this whole reading stream. I'll take a bite of food, and I'll drink some water or something, but... Oh, perfect. You're doing great, Amok. You're such a great moderator. Thank you. Okay, where was I? Oh, okay. So, A naked bulb hung from a cord overhead, illuminating a large metal-bound door and a row of apartment buzzers along the left wall. Only one had a name written over it. Bane. Yeah, you're welcome. Isabel pressed the buzzer. Nothing happened. She pressed it again. She was about to press it a third time when Alec caught her wrist. "Don't be rude," he said. She glared at him. "Alec." The door flew open. A slender man standing in the doorway regarded them curiously. It was Isabel who recovered herself first, flashing a brilliant smile. "Magnus? Magnus Bane?" "That would be me." The young man blocking the doorway was tall and thin as a rail, his hair a crown of dense black spikes. He was Asian, with an elegantly high cheekboned, handsome face, broad-shouldered despite his slim frame. "Best I can do at work is to welcome and chat." "Oh, yes, I appreciate you doing it, especially when you're at work." "When do you get off work?" He was certainly dressed for a party, in tight jeans and a black shirt covered with dozens of metal buckles. His eyes were crusted with a raccoon mask of charcoal glitter, his lips painted a dark shade of blue. He raked a ring-laden hand through his spiked hair and regarded them thoughtfully. "Children of the Nephilim," he said. "Well, well, I don't recall inviting you." Isabel took one invitation and waved it like a white flag. "I have an invitation. These," she indicated to the rest of the group with a grand wave of her arm, "are my friends." Magnus plucked the invitation out of her hand and looked at it with a fastidious distaste. "I must have been drunk," he said. He threw the door open. "Come in. I try not to murder any of my guests." "And try not to murder any of my guests." Ooh. Jace edged into the doorway, sizing up Magnus with his eyes. Even if one of them spills a drink on my new shoes. Even then, Magnus's hand shot out so fast it was barely a blur. He plucked the stele out of Jace's hand. Clary hadn't even realized he was holding it, and held it up. Jace looked faintly abashed. "As for this," Magnus said, sliding it into Jace's jeans pocket, "keep it in your pants, Shadowhunter." Magnus grinned and started up the stairs, leaving a surprised-looking Jace holding the door. "Come on," he said, waving the rest of them inside, "before anyone thinks it's my party." Ooh. Oh, well, thank you for the follow. Oh, thanks. I appreciate you. We do the reading stream every Saturday night now. And then if you want, you can join the Discord and you'll get the updates on like my schedule and when I do certain streams and stuff. Welcome. Yeah, it's so exciting. Yay. That's cool. Thanks. My main game is kind of like World of Warcraft, but I'm definitely just going back in like Final Fantasy right now. I've been playing like Pal World and Genshin Impact and... Are you Bio Mike? Aw, thanks. Welcome. You one up for... I just read your title. It's one up variety stream. I'm a variety streamer. Well, welcome. Thanks for joining the community. Okay, where was I? They pushed past Jace, laughing nervously. Only Isabel stopped to shake her head. "Try not to piss him off, please. Then he won't help us." Jace looked bored. "I know what I'm doing." "I hope so." Isabel flounced past him in a swirl of skirts. Magnus's apartment was at the top of a long flight of rickety stairs. Simon hurried to catch up with Clary, who was regretting having put her hand on the banister to steady herself. It was sticky with something that glowed a faint and sickly green. "Ick," said Simon, and offered her a corner of his t-shirt to wipe her hand on. She did. "Is everything all right? You seem distracted." "He just looks so familiar. Magnus, I mean." "You think he goes to St. Xavier's?" "Very funny." She looked at him sourly. "You're right. He's too old to be a student. I think I had him for chem last year." Clary laughed out loud. Immediately, Isabel was beside her, breathing down her neck. "Am I missing something funny?" "Simon?" Simon had the grace to look embarrassed, but said nothing. Clary muttered, "You're not missing anything," and dropped behind them. Isabel's lug-soled boots were starting to hurt her feet. By the time she reached the top of the stairs, she was limping, but she forgot the pain as soon as she walked through the Magnus' front door. Oh no! Spam? I guess so. Sari, like, Instant does it. SariBot Instant does it. So, I didn't do it. Was it on you, or are you good? What happened? I'm really like, well, no, like, Variety, did you say something and then Sari blocked you? Oh no, banned, no, there it is. SariBot banned Mr. Unbeatable 1. That's what it was. Okay. Wasn't, okay. Okay. I was so confused. It says one message was deleted. I didn't do it. Amok didn't do it, so SariBot did it. But then it says SariBot banned Mr. Unbeatable 1. It's kind of crazy because I downloaded SariBot, and now all of a sudden SariBot bans someone. Like, I've gotten someone banned in almost every stream I've had since getting SariBot. So now I'm sitting here like, where are all these people going? Because I never had to ban that many people. Like, I'm like, this is crazy. I don't know if I should just undo it. I'm so confused. I was like, I've never had this many issues before. Might be all promoters. I have been getting like a lot of promoters recently, but it's those stupid, like, what is it? Cheap viewers at this website. I'm like, I can get viewers for free by just being awesome, but no, that was crazy. I don't know. SariBot's been like working up my chat. Can I view the bans? I can't. I can. Yes. They keep trying to get me to play games to make money. Oh, yeah. That's technically what I do, is I sit here on stream and I play games and I make money, but it's not like, yeah, exactly. The bots be like, hey. At work, we just watched the Wreck-It Ralph 2, which is the Ralph Breaks the Internet. And they legitimately do the whole, the pop-up. He's a pop-up dude, and they do the whole win money playing video games, and they do it, and they would do really well with it. They just play the games and get the certain items and sell them in the real world. Like, I could do something like that. Probably wouldn't keep up with demand very well. I'd have to have a wider variety of games I know how to play, but yeah, you can check it next time. No problem. I don't know. I can probably check it too at some point. We'd have to figure out where that's at, but yeah, I don't know if it'll show us why. Yeah, there's always a catch. Yeah, facts. Okay. I have done a stream play for money with Streamlabs, because I run most of my stuff through Streamlabs, and they have like that's what it is, the sponsored games. And if you play the games and you can get a certain amount of people to start playing the game and like follow and stuff, then you get money for those people. And I did it with Genshin Impact, and that's actually how I got into Genshin Impact, and I absolutely love Genshin Impact. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh. Ad break for non-turbo. Welcome back from the ad. What I was saying was, I've done a sponsored game. It's how I got into Genshin Impact. I was like, it's something I always wanted to get into, and then they're like, hey, if you do this and like a certain amount, you need food. Same. I need food and not like munchy food.
I brought some food home, so maybe that's what I'll eat. I have some leftover pizza. But that's how I got into the game Genshin Impact, was doing the sponsorship for it through Streamlabs, because I do most of my stuff through Streamlabs, and so I trusted them in that process. Um, I got $10. I didn't do well, but I made $10, and I still appreciate that I did it because it got me into the game, and now I love that game and I do it all the time. So, okay. The loft was huge and almost totally empty of furniture. Floor to ceiling windows were smeared with a thick film of dirt and paint, blocking out most of the ambient light from the street. Yeah, I thought it was cool too. I got the burps. Excuse me. Big metal pillars wound with colored lights held up an arched, sooty ceiling. Doors torn off their hinges and laid across dented metal garbage cans make a makeshift bar at one end of the room. A lilac-skinned woman in a metallic bustier was ranging drinks along the bar in tall, harshly colored glasses that tinted the fluid inside them. Blood red, cyanosis blue, poison green. Even for a New York bartender, she worked with an amazingly speedy efficiency, probably helped along by the fact that she had a second set of long, graceful arms to go with the first. Clary was reminded of Luke's Indian goddess statue. The rest of the crowd was just as strange. A good-looking boy with wet green-black hair grinned at her over a platter of what looked like raw fish. His teeth were sharp and serrated like a shark's. Beside him stood a girl with long, dirty blonde hair braided with flowers. Under the skirt of her short green dress, her feet were webbed like a frog's. A group of young women so pale, Clary wondered if they were wearing white stage makeup, sipped scarlet liquid too thick to be wine from fluted crystal glasses. The center of the room was packed with bodies dancing to the pounding beat that bounced off the walls, though Clary couldn't see a band anywhere. Okay. You like the party? She turned to see Magnus lounging against one of the pillars. His eyes shone in the darkness. Glancing around, she saw that Jace and the others were gone, swallowed up by the crowd. She tried to smile. Is it in honor of anything? My cat's birthday. Oh, she glanced around. Where's your cat? He unhitched himself from the pillar, looking solemn. I don't know. He ran away. Clary was spared responding to this by the reappearance of Jace and Alec. Alec looked sullen as usual. Jace was wearing a strand of tiny glowing flowers around his neck and seemed pleased with himself. Where are Simon and Isabel? Clary said. On the dance floor, he pointed. She could see them on the edge of the packed square of bodies. Simon was doing what he usually did in lieu of dancing, which was to bounce up and down on the balls of his feet, looking uncomfortable. Isabel was slinking in a circle around him, sinuous as a snake, trailing her fingers across his chest. She was looking at him as if she were planning to drag him off into a corner to have sex. Clary hugged her arms around herself, her bracelets clanking together. If they dance any closer together, they won't have to go off in a corner to have sex. Look, Jace said, turning to Magnus. We really need to talk to you. Magnus Bane! The deep, booming voice belonged to a surprisingly short man who looked to be in his early 30s. He was compactly muscular, with a bald head shaved smooth and a pointed goatee. He leveled a trembling finger at Magnus. Someone just poured holy water in the gas tank on my bike. It's ruined, destroyed. All the pipes are melted. Melted, murmured Magnus. How dreadful. I want to know who did it. The man bared his teeth, showing long, pointed canines. Clary stared in fascination. They didn't look at all the way she'd imagined vampire fangs. These were as thin and sharp as needles. I thought you swore there'd be no wolfmen here tonight, Bane. I invited none of the moon's children, Magnus said, examining his glittery nails. Precisely because of your stupid little feud. If any of them decided to sabotage your bike, they weren't a guest of mine, and are therefore, he offered a winsome smile, not my responsibility. The vampire roared with rage, jabbing his finger toward Magnus.
Are you trying to tell me that... Magnus's glitter-coated index finger twitched just a fraction, so slightly that Clary almost thought she hadn't moved at all. Mid-roar, the vampire gagged and clutched at his throat. His mouth worked, but no sound came out. You've worn out your welcome, Magnus said lazily, opening his eyes very wide. Clary saw, with a jolt of surprise, that they had vertical slit pupils like a cat's. Now go. He splayed the fingers of his hand, and the vampire turned as smartly as if someone had grabbed his shoulders and spun him around. He marched back into the crowd, heading toward the door. Jace whistled under his breath. That was impressive. You mean that little hissy fit? Magnus cast his eyes toward the ceiling. I know. Alec made a choking noise. After a moment, Clary recognized it as laughter. Oh, my ears just rang. What? Oh. He should do that more often. We put the holy water in his gas tank, you know, he said. Alec, said Jace. Shut up. I assumed that, said Magnus, looking amused. Vindictive little bastards, aren't you? You know their bikes run on demon energies. I'll doubt he'll be able to repair it. One less leech with a fancy ride, said Jace. My heart bleeds. I heard some of them can make their bikes fly, put in Alec, who looked animated for once. He was almost smiling. Merely an old warlock's tale, said Magnus, his cat eyes glittering. So is that why you wanted to crash my party? Just to wreck some bloodsucker bikes? No, Jace was all business again. We need to talk to you, preferably somewhere private. Magnus raised an eyebrow. Damn, Clary thought. Another one. If you missed it, that's a joke about the fact that Jace can also lift one of his eyebrows, and Clary can't, has always wanted to. Am I in trouble with the clave? No, said Jace. Probably not, said Alec. Ow! He glared at Jace, who had kicked him sharply in the ankle. No, Jace repeated. We can talk to you under the seal of the Covenant. If you help us, anything you say will be confidential. And if I don't help you? Jace spread his hands wide. The rune tattoos on his palms stood out stark and black. Maybe nothing. Maybe a visit from the Silent City. Magnus's voice was honey poured over shards of ice. That's quite a choice you're offering me, little shadow hunter. You know, I always wanted to watch the movie. Just was in my going to list on what to watch. Oh my gosh, this movie, like the one I'm reading for, because after I'm done with the book, we're going to watch it on stream. So you can hold off on it and then come and join me during the movie night for it. If you're talking about this movie, like for sure, or if you're referring all the way back to Wreck-It Ralph 2, Ralph Breaks the Internet. I don't know which one you're referring to, but if it's this one, the plan is to watch the movie. And they have a TV series. I just saw Stardust the first time. What's that? Do I know what that one is? Ooh, do I know what that one is? It's a movie? Ooh. Is it the romance fantasy film by Matthew Vaughn and Jane Goldman? Is it that one? There's two of them, I guess. One from 2007 and one from 2020. With, who's it with? Michelle Piper and Robert De Niro? Yep, that's this one, the 2007 one. Ooh, I haven't actually watched that. I haven't watched it. That one's now going on my to be read. As I smack my mic, sorry. Okay.
Instead of a TBR, it's a TBW, to be watched. Okay. Awesome. Okay. Backtracking. Oh, look, it was ... Okay. Magnus's bedroom was a riot of color. Canary yellow sheets and bedspread draped over a mattress on the floor. Electric blue vanity table strewn with more pots of paint and makeup than Isabel's. Rainbow velvet curtains hid the floor-to-ceiling windows, and a tangled wool rug covered the floor. "Nice place," said Jace, drawing aside a heavy swag of curtain. "Guess it pays well, being the High Warlock of Brooklyn." "It pays," Magnus said. "Not much of a benefit package, though. No dental." He shut the door behind him and leaned against it. When he crossed his arms, his t-shirt rolled up, showing a strip of flat golden stomach unmarked by a navel. "So," he said, "what's on your devious little minds?" "It's not them, actually," Clary said, finding her voice before Jace could reply. "I'm the one who wanted to talk to you." Magnus turned his inhuman eyes on her. "You are not one of them," he said. "Not of the Clave, but you can see the invisible world." "My mother was one of the Clave," Clary said. It was the first time she had said it out loud and known it to be true. "But she never told me. She kept it a secret. I don't know why." "So ask her." "I can't. She's gone," Clary hesitated. "And your father?" "He died before I was born." Magnus exhaled irritably. "As Oscar Wilde once said, to lose one parent may be regarded as a misfortune. To lose both looks like carelessness." Damn! Huh. Okay. Clary heard Jace make a small hissing sound, like air being sucked through his teeth. She said, "I didn't lose my mother. She was taken from me. By Valentine." "I don't know any Valentine," said Magnus, but his eyes flickered like wavering candle flames, and Clary knew he was lying. "I'm sorry for your tragic circumstances, but I fail to see what any of this has to do with me. If you could tell me—" "She can't tell you, because she doesn't remember," Jace said sharply. "Someone erased her memories, so we went to the Silent City to see what the brothers could pull out of her head. They got 2 words. I think you can guess what they were." There was a short silence. Finally, Magnus let his mouth turn up at the corner. His smile was bitter. "My signature," he said. "I knew it was folly when I did it, an act of hubris." "You signed my name? My mind?" Clary said in disbelief. Magnus raised his hand, tracing the fiery outlines of letters against the air. When he dropped his hand, they hung there, hot and golden, making the painted lines of his eyes and mouth burn with reflected light. Magnus Bane. "I was proud of my work on you," he said slowly, looking at Clary. "So clean, so perfect. What you saw you would forget, even as you saw it. No image of pixie or goblin or long-legged beastie would remain to trouble your blameless mortal sleep. It was the way she wanted it." Clary's voice was thin with tension. "The way who wanted it?" Magnus sighed, and at the touch of his breath, the fire letters sifted away to glowing ash. Finally he spoke, and though she was not surprised, though she had known exactly what he was going to say, still she felt the words like a blow against her heart. "Your mother," he said. Woo-hoo. Chapter 13. Drink. Okay, we're reading up to 15. 226 and 15 is at 280, so 40 more pages. Woohoo! The goal is each time that I do the reading stream is to at least get like 100 pages in, or like as close to it as chapterly possible. Yeah. Okay. Your mother. Dun dun dun. I'll mark it just because I can. Just so I can unmark it later. It's a library book. It's fine. I'm okay. We're fine. Everything's okay. We're moving forward in life. Not backwards. Okay.
Chapter 13. The Memory of Whiteness. My mother did this to me, Clary demanded, but her surprised outrage didn't sound convincing, even to her own ears. Looking around, she saw pity in Jace's eyes, in Alec's. Even Alec had guessed and felt sorry for her. Why? I don't know. Magnus spread his long white hands. It's not my job to ask questions. I do what I get paid to do. Jelly, a rebel! Yeah, it's not like they can't be removed or anything. Like, what? I'm totally a rebel. Yeah. I didn't even, realize till today that I tabbed him and it's a library book. What am I supposed to do with that? And I know I have a lot of books, put in storage that I don't have access to, and then I have books at home in California that I don't have access to because they haven't made it over here. But I'm pretty positive I have this book, so I don't just want to go out and buy one. Especially when I get it for free right now from the library. It's so mixed feelings. I don't know. Magnus spread his white... Okay, it's not my job to ask questions. I do what I get paid to do. Within the bounds of the Covenant, Jace reminded him, his voice soft as cat's fur. Magnus inclined his head. Within the bounds of the Covenant, of course. So the Covenant's all right with this trigger word, this mind rape? Hi, Tree. Look at him, Moke, being such a great moderator. He's saying hi. He's saying welcome. Props to Moke. Hi, Tree. How are you doing? I'm getting pretty far through my book. Getting pretty far. Technically, halfway. Ooh, yeah. Pretty dang close. By estimation and not page number. He's doing a smashing job. Doing pretty good. As been busy as all ever lately. Nice. I just got back from moving my brother into his college dorm, so I feel that with the whole busy. Been driving most of the day, slept like crap with Ezra at the hotel. It was, yeah. I feel awkward doing a stream with the light on, but I'm here. I just heard my name. I was talking to my trainee. You're doing so good. That's what we were talking about. You're awesome. You're doing a smashing job. Okay. Trigger word. Okay. Clary asked bitterly. When no one answered, she sank down on the edge of Magnus's bed. Was it only once? Was there something specific she wanted me to forget? Do you know what it was? Magnus paced restlessly to the window. I don't think you understand. The first time I ever saw you, you must have been about 2 years old. I was watching out this window. He tapped the glass, freeing a shower of dust and paint chips. And I saw her hurrying up the street, holding something wrapped in a blanket. I was surprised when she stopped at my door. She looked so ordinary, so young. Oh, you're welcome! The moonlight touched his hawkish profile with silver. She unwrapped the blanket when she came in my door. You were inside it. She set you down on the floor and you started ranging around, picking things up, pulling my cat's tail. You screamed like a banshee when the cat scratched you, so I asked your mother if you were part banshee. She didn't laugh. He paused. They were all watching him intently now, even Alec. She told me she was a shadow hunter. There was no point in her lying about it. Marks show up even when they're faded with time, like faint silver scars across the skin. They flickered when she moved. He rubbed at the glittery makeup around his eyes. She told me she'd hoped you'd been born with a blind inner eye. Some shadow hunters have to be taught to see the shadow world. But she taught you that afternoon. But she'd caught you that afternoon, teasing a pixie trapped in a hedge. She knew you could see. So she asked me if it was possible to blind you of the sight. Ooh, my husband's home. Watch him barge in here. Hold up. Nope, he's still in the kitchen. I want to start a countdown, see if I can do this. No, I don't think I'm gonna get it. I thought he would come straight here. I heard the door again. That might have been an in and out. Okay. Sorry, I was trying to predict my husband walking in the door. Watch, she's gonna scare the crap out of me. Clary made a little noise, a pained exhalation of breath, but Magnus went on remorselessly. I told her that crippling that part of your mind might leave you damaged, possibly insane. She didn't cry. She wasn't the sort of woman who weeps easily, your mother. She asked me if there was another way, and I told her you could be made to forget those parts of the shadow world that you could see, even as you saw them. The only caveat was that she'd have to come to me every 2 years as the result of the spell began to fade. And did she? Asked Clary. Magnus nodded. I've seen you every 2 years since that first time. I've watched you grow up. You're the only child I've ever watched grow up that way, you know. In my business, one isn't generally that welcome around human children. So you recognized Clary when we walked in, Jace said. You must have. Of course I did. Magnus sounded exasperated, and it was a shock, too. But what would you have done? She didn't know me. She wasn't supposed to know me. Just the fact that she was here meant the spell had started to fade. And in fact, we were due for another visit about a month ago. I even came by your house when I got back from Tanzania. But Jocelyn said that you two had a fight and you'd run off. She said she'd call on me when you came back. But, an elegant shrug, she never did. A cold wash of memory crickled Clary's skin. She remembered standing in the foyer next to Simon, straining to remember something that danced just at the edge of her vision. I thought I saw Dorothea's cat, but it was a trick of the light. But Dorothea didn't have a cat. You were there that day, Clary said. I saw you coming out of Dorothea's apartment. I remember your eyes. Magnus looked as if he might purr. I'm memorable, it's true, he gloated. Then he shook his head. You shouldn't remember me, he said. I threw up a glamour as hard as a wall as soon as I saw you. You should have run right on into face first, physically speaking. If you run to a psychic wall face first, do you wind up with psychic bruises? Clary thought. If you take the spell off me, will I be able to remember all the things I've forgotten? All the memories you stole? I can't take it off you. Magnus looked uncomfortable. What? Jace sounded furious. Why not? The clave requires you. Magnus looked at him coldly. I don't like being told what to do, little shadow hunter. Clary could see how much Jace disliked being referred to as little, but before he could snap out a reply, Alex spoke. His voice was soft, thoughtful. Do you know how to reverse it? He asked. The spell, I mean. Magnus sighed. Undoing a spell is a great deal more difficult than creating it in the first place. The intimacy of this one, the care I put into weaving it. If I made even the smallest mistake in unraveling it, her mind could be damaged forever. Besides, he added, it's already begun to fade. The effects will vanish over time on their own. Clary looked at him sharply. Will I get all my memories back then? Whatever was taken out of my head? I don't know. They might come back all at once, or in stages, or you might never remember what you've forgotten over the years. What your mother asked me to do was unique, in my experience. I have no idea what will happen. But I don't want to wait. Clary folded her arms tightly in her lap, her fingers clamped together so hard that the tips turned white. All my life, I felt like there was something wrong with me, something missing or damaged. Now I know I didn't damage you. It was Magnus's turn to interrupt. His lips curled back angrily to show sharp white teeth. Every teenager in the world feels like that, feels broken or out of place, different somehow. Royalty mistakenly born into a family of peasants. The difference in your case is that it's true. You are different. Maybe not better, but different. And it's no picnic being different. You want to know what it's like when you happen to be born with the devil's mask? He pointed at his eyes, fingers splayed. When your father flinches at the sight of you and your mother hangs herself in the barn, driven mad by what she'd done, or what's been done to her. When I was 10, my father tried to drown me in a creek. He knew I was no son of his, that my real father was a demon. I lashed out at him with everything I had, burned him where he stood. I went to the Silent Brothers eventually, for sanctuary. They hid me. They say that pity's a bitter thing, but it's better than hate. When I found out what I was really, only half a human being, I hated myself. Anything's better than that. Damn, got in the feels. Holy cow. Okay. There was silence when Magnus was done speaking. To Clary's surprise, it was Alec who broke it. It wasn't your fault, he said. You can't help how you're born. Magnus's expression was closed. I'm over it, he said. I think you get my point. Different isn't better, Clarissa. Your mother was trying to protect you. Don't throw it back in her face. Clary's hands relaxed their grip on each other. I don't care if I'm different, she said. I just want to be who I really am. Magnus swore, in a language she didn't know. It sounded like crackling flames. All right, listen. I can't undo what I've done, but I can give you something else. A piece of what would have been yours if you'd been raised a true child of the Nephilim. I struggle with that word. He stalked across the room to the bookcase and dragged down a heavy volume bound in rotting green velvet. He flipped through the pages, shedding dust and bits of blackened cloth. The pages were thin, almost translucent eggshell parchment, each marked with a stark black rune. Jace's eyebrows went up. Is that a copy of the Grey Book? Magnus, feverishly flipping pages, said nothing. Hodges has one, Alec observed. He showed it to me once. It's not gray, Clary felt compelled to point out. It's green. If there was such a thing as terminal literism, you'd have died in childhood, said Jace, brushing dust off the windowsill and eyeing it as if considering whether it was clean enough to sit on. Gray is short for grimoire. Grimoire? Is it a grimoire? Is that what I was supposed to say? No. Grimoire. It means magic, hidden wisdom. In it is copied every rune that Angel Raziel wrote in the original Book of the Covenant. There aren't many copies because each one has to be specially made. Some of the runes are so powerful they'd burn through regular pages. Alec looked impressed. I didn't know all that. Jace hopped up on the windowsill and swung his legs. Not all of us sleep through history lessons. I do not. Oh, yes you do. And drool on the desk besides. Shut up, said Magnus, but he said it quite mildly. He hooked his finger between 2 pages of the book and came over to Clary, setting it carefully in her lap. Now, when I open the book, I want you to study the page. Look at it until you feel something change inside your mind. Will it hurt? Clary asked nervously. All knowledge hurts, he replied, and stood up, letting the book fall open in her lap. Clary stared down at the clean white page with the black rune mark spilled across it. It looked something like a winged spiral, until she tilted her head, and then it seemed like a staff wound around with vines. The mutable corners of the pattern tickled her mind like feathers brushing against sensitive skin. She felt the shivery flicker of reaction, making her want to close her eyes, but she held them open until they stung and burned and blurred. She was about to blink when she felt it, a click inside her head, like a key turning in a lock. The rune on the page seemed to spring into sharp focus, and she thought, involuntarily, remember. If the rune were a word, it would have been that one, but there was more meaning to it than any word she could imagine. It was a child's first memory of light falling through crib bars, the recollected scent of rain in city streets, the pain of unforgotten loss, the sting of remembering humiliation, and the cruel forgetfulness of old age, when the most ancient of memories stand out with agonizing clear precision, and the nearest of incidents are lost beyond recall. With a little sigh, she turned to the next page, and the next, letting the images and sensations flow over her. Sorrow, thought, strength, protection, grace, and then cried out in reproachful surprise as Magnus snatched the book off her lap. That's enough, he said, sliding it back onto its shelf. If you read all the runes at once, you'll give yourself a headache. But most Shadowhunter children grow up learning one rune at a time over a period of years, said Jace. The Grey Book contains runes even I don't know. Imagine that, said Magnus. Jace ignored him. Magnus showed you the rune for understanding and remembrance. It opens your mind up to reading and recognizing the rest of the marks. It also may serve as a trigger to activate dormant memories, said Magnus. They could return to you more quickly than they would otherwise. It's the best I can do. Clary looked down at her lap. I still don't remember anything about the mortal cup. Is that what this is about? Magnus sounded actually astonished. You're after the angel's cup? Look, I've been through your memories. There was nothing in them about the mortal instruments. Mortal instruments? Clary echoed, bewildered. I thought... Oh, who's saying this one? Oh, the angel gave 3 items to the first Shadowhunters. A cup, a sword, and a mirror. The Silent Brothers have the sword. The cup and the mirror were in Idris, and at least until Valentine came along. Nobody knows where the mirror is, said Alec. Nobody's known for ages. It's the cup that concerns us, said Jace. Valentine's looking for it. And you want to get to it before he does, Magnus asked, with eyebrows winging upward. I thought you said you didn't know who Valentine was, Clary pointed out. I lied, Magnus admitted candidly. I'm not one of the Fae, you know. I'm not required to be truthful, and only a fool would get between Valentine and his revenge. Is that what you think he's after? Revenge, said Jace. I would guess so. He suffered a grave defeat, and he hardly seems the type of man to suffer defeat gracefully. Alec looked harder at Magnus. Were you at the uprising? Magnus's eyes locked with Alec's. I was. I killed a member of your folk. Circle members, said Jace quickly, not ours. If you insist on disavowing that which is ugly about what you do, said Magnus, still looking at Alec, you will never learn from your mistakes. Alec, plucking at the coverlet with one hand, flushed an unhappy red. You don't seem surprised to hear that Valentine's still alive, he said, avoiding Magnus's gaze. Magnus spread his hands wide. Are you? Jace opened his mouth and closed it again. He looked actually baffled. Eventually he said, So you won't help us find the mortal cup? I wouldn't if I could, said Magnus, which, by the way, I can't. I have no idea where it is, and I don't care to know. Only a fool, as I said. Alex sat up straighter. But without the cup, we can't. Make more of you? I know, said Magnus. Perhaps not everyone regards that as quite the disaster that you do. Mind you, he added, if I had to choose between the Clave and Valentine, I would choose the Clave. At least they're not actually sworn to wipe out our kind. But nothing the Clave has done has earned my unswervingly loyalty. But nothing the Clave has done has earned my unswervingly loyalty either. So no, I'll sit this one out. Now, if we're done here, I'd like to get back to my party before any of the guests eat each other. Ha! Jace, who was clenching and unclenching his hands, looked like he was about to say something furious, but Alec, standing up, put a hand on his shoulder. Clary couldn't quite tell in the dimness, but it looked as if Alec was squeezing rather hard. Is that likely? He asked. Magnus was looking at him with some amusement. It's happened before. Jace muttered something to Alex, who let go. Detaching himself, he came over to Clary. Are you all right? He asked in a low voice. I think so. I don't feel any different. Magnus, standing by the door, snapped his fingers impatiently. Move it along, teenagers. The only person who gets to canoodle in my bedroom is my magnificent self. Oh! Canoodle? Repeated Clary, never having heard the word before. Magnificent? Repeated Jace, who was just being nasty. Magnus growled, the growl sounding like, get out. They got, Magnus trailing behind them as he paused to lock the bedroom door. The tenor of the party seemed subtly different to Clary. Perhaps it was just her slightly altered vision. Everything seemed clearer, crystalline edges sharply defined. She watched a group of magicians take the small stage at the center of the room. They wore flowing garments in deep colors of gold, purple, and green, and their high voices were sharp and ethereal. Ethereal? That's a word that I don't know the proper pronunciation. Is it ethereal or ethereal? I hate fairy bands, Magnus muttered as the musicians segued into another haunting. I've never read the word segued. Into another haunting song. The melody is delicate and translucent as rock crystal. All they ever play is mopey ballads. Yeah, right? Both. Ethereal or ethereal? Segued really got me there. Segued? Segued. Jace, glancing around the room, laughed. Where's Isabel? A rush of guilty concern hit Clary. She'd forgotten about Simon. She spun around, looking for the familiar skinny shoulders and shock of dark hair. I don't see him. Them, I mean. There she is. Alex spotted his sister and waved her over, looking relieved. Over here, and watch out for the puka. I don't know if I said that right. Watch out for the puka, Jace repeated, glancing toward a thin, brown-skinned man in a green paisley vest who eyed Isabel thoughtfully as she walked by. He pinched me when I passed him earlier, Alex said stiffly, in a highly personal area. Oh, that's funny. I'm tabbing that one. I don't care what they see. We're gonna go in a highly personal area. He pinched his butt. Who says that? I hate to break it to you, but if he's interested in your highly personal areas, he probably isn't interested in your sisters. Not necessarily, said Magnus. Fairies aren't particular. Jace curled his lips scornfully in the warlock's direction. You still here? Before Magnus could reply, Isabel was on top of them, looking pink-faced and blotchy and smelling strongly of alcohol. Jace! Alec! Where have you been? I've been looking all over. Where's Simon? Clary interrupted. Isabel wobbled. He's a rat, she said darkly. Did he do something to you? Alec was full of brotherly concern. Did he touch you? If he tried anything. No, Alec, Isabel said irritably, not like that. He's a rat. She's drunk, said Jace, beginning to turn away in disgust. I'm not, Isabel said indignantly. Well, maybe a little, but that's not the point. The point is, Simon drank one of those blue drinks. I told him not to, but he didn't listen. And he turned into a rat. A rat, Clary repeated incredulously. You don't mean... I mean a rat, Isabel said. Little, brown, scaly tail. The Clave isn't going to like this, said Alec dubiously. I'm pretty sure turning mundanes into rat is against the law. Technically, she didn't turn him into a rat, Jace pointed out. The worst she could be accused of is negligence. Who cares about the stupid law? Clary screamed, grabbing hold of Isabel's wrist. My best friend is a rat. Ouch! Isabel tried to pull her wrist back. Let go of me. Not until you tell me where he is. She never wanted to smack anyone as much as she wanted to smack Isabel right at that moment. I can't believe you just left him. He's probably terrified. If he hasn't been stepped on, Jace pointed out unhelpfully. I didn't leave him. He ran under the bar, Isabel protested pointedly. Let go. You're denting my bracelet. Bitch, Clary said savagely, and flung a surprised-looking Isabel's hand back at her hard. She didn't stop for a reaction. She was running toward the bar. Dropping to her knees, she peered into the dark space under it. In the moldy-smelling gloom, she thought she could detect a pair of glinting, beady eyes. Simon, she said, her voice choked. Is that you? Simon the rat crept forward slightly, his whiskers trembling. She could see the shape of his small, round ears, flat against his head, and the sharp point of his nose. She fought down a feeling of revulsion. She'd never liked rats. Oh, excuse me. With their yellowy, squared-off teeth all ready to bite, she'd wish she'd been turned into a hamster. It's me, Clary, she said slowly. Are you okay? Jace and the others arrived behind her, Isabel looking more annoyed now than tearful. Is he under there? Jace asked curiously. Clary, still on her hands and knees, nodded. Shh, you'll frighten him off. She pushed her fingers gently under the edge of the bar and wiggled them. Please come here, Simon. We'll get Magnus to reverse the spell. It'll be okay. She heard a squeak, and the rat's pink nose poked out from beneath the bar. With an exclamation of relief, Clary seized the rat in her hands. Simon, you understood me. The rat, huddled in the hollow of her palm, squeaked glumly. Delighted, she hugged him to her chest. Oh, poor baby, she crooned, almost as if he really were a pet. Poor Simon. It'll be fine, I promise. I wouldn't feel too sorry for him, Jace said. That's probably the closest he's ever gotten to second base. Shut up! Clary glared at Jace furiously, but she did loosen her grip on the rat. His whiskers were trembling, whether in anger or agitation or simply terror. She couldn't tell. Get Magnus, she said sharply. We have to turn him back. Let's not be hasty. Jace was actually grinning, the bastard. He reached towards Simon as if he meant to pet him. He's cute like that. Look at his little pink nose. Simon bared long yellow teeth at Jace and made a snapping motion. Jace pulled his outstretched hand back. Izzy, go fetch our magnificent host. Why me? Isabel looked petulant. Because it's your fault the mundane's a rat. Oh, because it's your fault the mundane's a rat, idiot, he said, and Clary was struck by how rarely any of them, other than Isabel, ever said Simon's actual name. And we can't leave him here. You'd be happy to leave him if it weren't for her, Isabel said, managing to inject the single-syllable word with enough venom to poison an elephant. She stalked off, her skirt flouncing around her hips. I can't believe she let him drink the blue drink, Clary said to Rat Simon. Now you see what you get for being so shallow? Simon squeaked irritably. Clary heard someone chuckle and glanced up to see Magnus leaning over her. Isabel stood behind him, her expression furious. Rattus norifgus, said Magnus, peering at Simon. A common brown rat, nothing exotic. I don't care what kind of rat he is, Clary said crossly. I want him turned back. Magnus scratched his head thoughtfully, shedding glitter. No point, he said. That's what I said. Jace looked pleased. No point? Clary shouted so loudly that Simon hit his head under her thumb. How can you say there's no point? Because he'll turn back on his own in a few hours, said Magnus. The effect of the cocktails is temporary. No point working up a transformation spell. It'll just traumatize him. Too much magic is hard on mundanes. Their systems aren't used to it. I doubt his system is used to being a rat, either, Clary pointed out. You're a warlock. Can't you just reverse the spell? Magnus considered. No, he said. You mean you won't? Not for free, darling. And you can't afford me. I can't take a rat home on the subway either, Clary said plaintively. I'll drop him, or one of the MTA police will arrest me for transporting pests on the transit system. Simon chirped his annoyance. Not that you're a pest, of course. A girl who had been shouting by the door was now joined by 6 or 7 others. The sound of angry voices rose above the hum of the party and the strains of the music. Magnus rolled his eyes. Excuse me, he said, backing into the crowd, which closed behind him instantly. Isabel, wobbling on her sandals, expelled a gusty sigh. So much for his help. You know, Alex said, you could always put the rat in your backpack. Clary looked at him hard, but couldn't find anything wrong with the idea. It wasn't as if she had a pocket she could have tucked him in. Isabel's clothes didn't allow for pockets. They were too tight. Clary was amazed they allowed for Isabel. Are they saying that her clothes are really tight? Shrugging off her pack, she found a hiding place for the small brown rat that had once been Simon, nestled between her rolled-up sweater and her sketch pad. He curled up atop her wallet, looking reproachful. I'm sorry, she said miserably. Don't bother, Jace said. Why mundanes always insist on taking responsibility for things that aren't their fault is a mystery to me. You didn't force that cocktail down his idiotic throat. If it weren't for me, he wouldn't have been here at all, Clary said in a small voice. Don't flatter yourself. He came because of Isabel. Angrily, Clary jerked the top of the bag closed and stood up. Let's get out of here. I'm sick of this place. The tight knot of shouting people by the door turned out to be more vampires, easily recognizable by the pallor of their skin and the dead blackness of their hair. They must dye it, Clary thought. They couldn't possibly all be naturally dark hair. And besides, some of them had blonde eyebrows. They were loudly complaining about their vandalized motorbikes and the fact that some of their friends were missing and unaccounted for. They're probably drunk and passed out somewhere, Magnus said, waving long white fingers in a broad manner. You know how you lot tend to turn into bats and piles of dust when you've drowned a few too many Bloody Marys. They mix their vodka with real... Oh, they mix their vodka with real blood, Jace said in Clary's ear. The pressure of his breath made her shiver. Yes, I got that. Thanks. We can't go around picking up every pile of dust in the place just in case it turns out to be Gregor in the morning, said a girl with a sulky mouth and painted on eyebrows. Gregor will be fine. I rarely sweep, soothed Magnus. I'm happy to send any stragglers back to the hotel come tomorrow. In a car with blacked out windows, of course. But what about our motorbikes? Said a thin boy whose blonde root showed under his bad dye job. A gold earring in the shape of a stake hung from his left earlobe. It'll take hours to fix them. You've got until sunrise, said Magnus, temper visibly fraying. I suggest you get started. He raised his voice. All right, that's it. Party's over. Everybody out. He waved his arms, shedding glitter. With a single loud twang, the band ceased playing. A drone of loud complaint rose from the partygoers, but they moved obediently toward the doorway, none of them stopping to thank Magnus for the party. Damn. Inhospitable. Come on. Jace pushed Clary toward the exit. The crowd was dense. She held her backpack in front of her, hands wrapped protectively around it. Someone bumped her shoulder hard, and she yelped and moved sideways, away from Jace. A hand brushed her backpack. She looked up and saw the vampire with the stake earring grinning at her. Hey, pretty thing, he said. What's in the bag? Holy water, said Jace, reappearing beside her as if he'd been conjured up like a genie. A sarcastic blonde genie with a bad attitude. Ho-ho. Ooh, a shadow hunter, said the vampire. Scary. With a wink, he melted back into the crowd. Vampires are such prima donnas, Magnus sighed from the doorway. Honestly, I don't know why I have these parties. Because of your cat, Clary reminded him. Magnus perked up. Ooh, I'm getting a call. Be right back. I'm back. Okay. There we go. Because of your cat, Clary reminded him. Magnus perked up. That's true. Chairman Meow deserves my every effort. He glanced at her and the tight knot of shadow hunters just behind her. You on your way out? Jace nodded. Don't want to overstep our welcome. What welcome? Magnus asked. I'd say it was a pleasure to meet you, but it wasn't. Not that you aren't all fairly charming, and as for you, he dropped a glittery wink at Alec, who looked astounded. Call me? Sorry. Ooh, good timing. Gotta start prepping to close. Take care. Okay, bye, Moke. Thanks and welcome back. Bye, Moke. Have fun. You see I freak out? Call me. That happens too. Alec blushed and stuttered and probably would have stood there all night if Jace hadn't grasped his elbow and hauled him toward the door. Isabel at his heels. Clary was about to fall when she felt a light tap on her arm. It was Magnus. I have a message for you, he said, from your mother. Clary was so surprised she nearly dropped the pack. From my mother? You mean she asked you to tell me something? Not exactly, Magnus said. His feline eyes, slit by their single vertical pupils like fissures in a green gold wall, were serious for once. But I knew her in a way that you didn't. She did what she did to keep you out of a world that she hated. Her whole existence, the running, the hiding, the lies, as you called them, were to keep you safe. Don't waste her sacrifices by risking your life. She wouldn't want that. She wouldn't want me to save her? Not if it meant putting yourself in danger. But I'm the only person who cares what happens to her. No, Magnus said. You aren't. Clary blinked. I don't understand. Is there... Magnus, if you know something... He cut her off with a brutal precision. And one last thing. His eyes flicked toward the door, through which Jace, Alec, and Isabel had disappeared. Keep in mind that when your mother fled from the Shadow World, it wasn't the monsters she was hiding from. Not the warlocks, the wolfmen, the fair folk, not even the demons themselves. It was them. It was the Shadow Hunters. Dot, dot, dot. Dun, dun, dun. Okay. Drink some water. Eat a chocolate toffee. And then we can get back to reading. On page 244. It looks like your computer needs an update. Or a restart. One of the two. Okay. They were waiting for her outside the warehouse. Jace, hands in pockets, was leaning against the stairway railing and watching as the vampires stalked around their broken motorcycles, cursing and swearing. He had a faint smile on his face. Alec and Isabel stood a little way off. Isabel was wiping at her eyes, and Clary felt a wave of irrational anger. Isabel barely knew Simon. This wasn't her disaster. Clary was the one who had the right to be carrying on. Clary was the one who had the right to be carrying on, not the Shadowhunter girl. Jace unhitched himself from the railing as Clary emerged. He fell into step beside her, not speaking. He seemed lost in thought. Isabel and Alec, hurrying ahead, sounded like they were arguing with each other. Clary stepped up her pace a little, craning her neck to hear them better. It's not your fault, Alec was saying. He sounded weary, as if he'd been through this sort of thing with his sister before. Clary wondered how many boyfriends she'd turned into rats by accident. But it ought to teach you not to go to so many downworld parties, he added. There's always more trouble than they're worth. Isabel sniffed loudly. If anything had happened to him, I don't know what I would have done. Probably whatever you did before, said Alec in a bored voice. It's not like you knew him all that well. That doesn't mean that I don't... What? Love him? Alec scoffed, raising his voice. You need to know someone to love them. But that's not all it is, Isabel said almost sour. Didn't you have any fun at the party, Alec? No. I thought you might like Magnus. He's nice, isn't he? Nice? Alec looked at her as if she were insane. Kittens are nice. Warlocks are... He hesitated. Not, he finished lamely. I thought you might hit it off. Isabel's eye makeup glittered as bright as tears as she glanced over at her brother. Get to be friends? I have friends, Alex said, and looked over his shoulder, almost as if he couldn't help it, at Jace. But Jace, his golden head down, lost in thought, didn't notice. On impulse, Clary reached to open the pack and glanced into it, and frowned. The pack was open. She flashed back to the party. She'd lifted the pack, pulled the zipper closed. She was sure of it. She yanked the bag open, her heart pounding. She remembered the time she'd had her wallet stolen on the subway. She remembered opening her bag, not seeing it there, her mouth drying up in surprise. Did I drop it? Have I lost it? And realizing it's gone. This was like that, only 1,000 times worse. Mouth dry as bone, Clary pawed through the pack, shoving aside clothes and sketch pad, her fingernails scratching the bottom, nothing. She stopped walking. Jace was hovering just ahead of her, looking impatient. Alec and Isabel already a block ahead. What's wrong? Jace asked, and she could tell he was about to add something sarcastic. He must have seen the look on her face, though, because he didn't. Thigh high! That's the most aggressive cheese and cracker mix advertisement I've seen. Immediately followed up by a UFC ad.
Well played, Twitch. Well played. Hi, Fi. It's reading stream night. We are reading City of Bones by Cassandra Clare, the first book of the Mortal Instruments, and I am on chapter 13. And the goal is to read up to 15, so we're getting close, but yeah. Hi, welcome in. How you doing? So, this is actually a book I took from Mother Goth. A page I took from Mother Goth's book about reading a book for stream. That was hard. I really messed that up. Took a page from her book about reading a book on stream. Boom. Okay. He's gone, she whispered. Simon, he was in my backpack. Did he climb out? It wasn't an unreasonable question, but Clary, exhausted and panic-stricken, reacted unreasonably. Of course he didn't, she screamed. What, you think he wants to get smashed under someone's car? Killed by a cat? Clary, shut up, she screamed. Sorry, that was loud. Swinging the pack at him. You were the one who said not to bother changing him back. Deftly, he caught the pack as she swung it. Taking it out of her hand, he examined it. The zipper's torn, he said, from the outside. Someone ripped this bag open. Shaking her head numbly, Clary could only whisper, I didn't. I know, his voice was gentle. He cupped his hands around his mouth. Alec! Isabel! You go on ahead, we'll catch up. The two figures, already far ahead, paused. Alec hesitated, but his sister caught hold of his arm and pushed him firmly forward towards the subway entrance. Something pressed against Clary's back. It was Jace's hand, turning her gently around. She let him lead her forward, stumbling over the cracks in the sidewalk until they were back in the entryway of Magnus's building. The stench of stale alcohol and the sweet, uncanny smell Clary had come to associate with downworlders filled the tiny space. Wait, did I read that? No. His blank to the Golden Compass one. The Golden... Did I read... Thigh, what are you talking about? No, his blank tools, the Golden Compass one? My book? Is that what you're talking about? The book? Different young adult series, yeah. Is it the one with Cassandra Clare as well, though? Is it hers, like the Golden Clockwork, or the clock... Yeah? Are you talking about those? Like, it's still Cassandra Clare? Because there is the book, The Golden Compass, which is a good movie. There's an ad break. I know Cassandra Clare has... It's on the back. You have... No, this is different than what I was thinking. But so you have the Mortal Instruments, which is the City of Bone, City of Ash, City of Glass, City of Fallen Angels, Lost Souls, Heavenly Fire, and then those are the Mortal Instruments books. And then they have the Infernal Devices books, which is Clockwork Angel, Clockwork Prince, Clockwork Princess. There's those ones. And then Cassandra Clare also has the Dark Artifices, which is Lady Midnight, Lord of Shadows, and Queen of Air and Darkness. She's got like a couple different series. But waiting on the ad break. Waiting on the ad break. It's okay. Okay. Oh, welcome back. The Golden Compass is the first in the trilogy, literally getting cheese snag in UFC again. Also, psoriasis. What's that? Also, psoriasis? I don't know. The Golden Compass. You're talking about, like, the Golden Compass, right?
Um, um, you're talking about, wow, I forgot that this was because of party animals. Hold up. You're talking about this, the golden compass. Like, this is what you're talking about, right? Good movie. His Mortal Instruments is a trilogy title. His Mortal Instruments? What are you talking about? Okay, so there's the Golden Compass, his Dark Materials. Is that what you're meaning? His Dark Materials 1? The Golden Compass? This is still the same book. That's still the same as what I was just looking at. But it says his Dark Materials. I never knew that was part of it. Yeah. There you go. Dark Materials. Figured it out. Okay. Okay, so taking his hand away from her back, Jace pressed the buzzer over Magnus's name. Jace, she said. He looked down at her. What? She searched for words. Do you think he's all right? Simon? He hesitated then, and she thought of Isabel's words. Don't ask him a question unless you know you can stand the answer. Instead of saying anything, he pressed the buzzer again, harder this time. This time, Magnus answered it, his voice booming through the tiny entryway. Who dares disturb my rest? Okay, giant. Series separate from first movie. I would believe that. I've read that book, though. Jace looked almost nervous. Jace Wayland, remember? I'm from the Clave. Oh, yes, Magnus seemed to have perked up. Are you the one with the blue eyes? He means Alec, Clary said helpfully. No, my eyes are usually described as golden, Jace told the intercom, and luminous. Oh, you're that one. Magnus sounded disappointed. If Clary hadn't been so upset, she would have laughed. I'm laughing. I suppose you'd better come up. The warlock answered his door wearing a silk kimono printed with dragons, a gold turban, and an expression of barely controlled annoyance. I was sleeping, he said loftily. Jace looked as if he were about to say something rude, possibly about the turban, so Clary interrupted him. Sorry to bother you. Something small and white peered around the warlock's ankles. It had zigzag gray stripes and tufted pink ears that made it look more like a large mouse than a small cat. Charmaine Meow? Clary guessed. Magnus nodded. He has returned. Jace regarded the small tabby kitten with some scorn. It's not a cat, he observed. It's the size of a hamster. I am kindly going to forget you said that, said Magnus, using his foot to nudge Chairman Meow behind him. Now, exactly what did you come here for? Clary held out the torn pack. It's Simon. He's missing. Ah, said Magnus, delicately. Missing what, exactly? Missing, Jace repeated, as in gone, absent, notable from his lack of presence, disappeared. Maybe he's gone and hidden under something, Magnus suggested. It can't be easy getting used to being a rat, especially for someone so dim-witted in the first place. Simon's not dim-witted, Clary protested angrily. That's true, Jace agreed. He just looks dim-witted. Really, his intelligence is quite average. Huh! His tone was light, but his shoulders were tense as he turned to Magnus. When we were leaving, one of your guests brushed up against Clary. I think he tore her bag open and took the rat. Simon, I mean. Magnus looked at him. And I need to find out who it was, said Jace steadily. I'm guessing you know. You are the High Warlock of Brooklyn. I'm thinking not much happens in your own apartment that you don't know about.
Is this how I normally read? You bring to mind an owl posturing in a dominance display. No complaint, just observing. What does that mean? Is this how I normally read? What do you mean? Like how I'm sitting here like this? Like rocking? Is that what you're referring to? What do you the voices? Is that what you're referring to? Like where am I posturing in a dominant display like an owl? Hi Brenna, hello. That's so funny you say that. No, typically I sit here and I read like this. Typically that's how so I don't know what this posturing like an owl in a form of display of dominance. The shifting back and forth, arms cocked. Okay, so that's a form of wow. Hi Sid. The shifting back and forth is a ADHD thing. Because I'm sitting here reading and not moving, I'm moving. Like when I play video games, I don't do it very much because like mouse, keyboard, controller, but just sitting here reading, I'm rocking because that's my form of dealing with my ADHD. And then the armrests are just comfy, so I'm just sitting here. I was reading for a while. I was like up like this. I was reading. Like, It's okay. It's okay. I'm not. That's funny. Shifting back and forth, arms cocked. Yes, I'm displaying my dominance. Wow. Hi, Sid. Hi, my love. What are you guys up to? Brenna, what are you up to? I am getting really close to, like... I say that, but last time I said what page I'm on, that's only, like, 5 pages away where I am right now. So... I need to get to 280. I'm on 249. Yeah. Yes? Yes. Look up an owl doing an intimidation display. You'll immediately get that joke. I'm glad you're alive, Sid. I feel like I never see you anymore. Okay, so look up owl intimidation. I feel like I'm about to see myself. Okay, hold on. We're gonna do this. Okay. Female great horned owl threat display. Trying to come back soon. My job was killing me, but I missed the gang. Oh, girls' night was fun. It was me and Jess, and then Amok and Chungo, and then I don't think that's what you're referring to, or is this what you're referring to? And then Nacho joined us later at the end. We did party animals. It was awesome. I feel like this isn't what you're referring to. Iconic. Al intimidates cat with impressive display. Is this what you're talking about? Because I'm moving and my arms are folded. Is that what you're referring to? Just sit here like this. The poor cat. That's hilarious. Awful, but hilarious. That's so funny. I'll take it. I get it. Ooh, joke of the day. How do you make an egg roll? Does anyone I'm gonna wait. Does anyone want to guess? How do you make an egg roll? If you're in the Discord already, don't cheat.
You get it bready? No. That's cute. Sid, you got a guess? How do you make an egg roll? I do not. Okay. Joke of the day. How do you make an egg roll? You push it. Get it? Oh. Oop. I think my laugh was more funny than the joke. Shut her down. Welcome to Jelly's bad dad jokes. I got told I have a creepy clown laugh. Not by anyone here, but in general. Okay. Moving on. Where am I at? Okay. Magnus inspected a glittery nail. You're not wrong. I'm about to do it again. I'm about to sit here like this. Don't even. Please tell us, Clary said, Jace's hand tightening on her wrist. She knew he wanted her to be quiet, but that was impossible. Please. Magnus dropped his hand with a sigh. Fine. I saw one of the vampire bite kids from the uptown lair leave with a brown rat in his hands. Honestly, I figured it was one of their own. Sometimes the night children turn into rats or bats when they get drunk. Clary's hands were shaking. But now you think it was Simon? It's just a guess, but it seems likely. There's one more thing. Jace spoke calmly enough, but he was on alert now, the way he had been in the apartment before they found the Forsaken. Where's their lair? Their what? The vampire's lair. That's where they went, isn't it? I would imagine so. Magnus looked as if he'd rather be anywhere else. I need you to tell me where it is. Magnus shook his turbaned head. I'm not setting myself on the bad side of the night children for a mundane I don't even know. Wait, Clary interrupted. But what would they want with Simon? I thought they weren't allowed to hurt people. My guess, said Magnus, not unkindly. They assumed he was a tame rat and thought it would be funny to kill a Shadowhunter's pet. They don't like you much, whatever the Accords might say, and there's nothing in the Covenant about not killing animals. Girls' night was great, by the way. Jelly didn't computer issue half the evening away. I swear. Oh my god, I swear you swore. I technically started early, so the computer issues made me like 10 minutes late max. And then we had game night, or girls' night. So don't even. I swear is accurate. I was not that late. However, I got on at 6:30. Or 5:30 my time? 6, yeah, because 6 is 8. So 5:30 my time I got on, I think, or 4:30. Whatever. I got on 30 minutes early, and then I was 10 minutes late because of technical issues, but it's fine. We were laughing, we were figuring it out. It was never fixed, but we're okay. Moving on. That's a next party animal problem. Okay. They're going to kill him, Clary said, staring. Not necessarily, said Magnus hastily. They might have thought he was one of their own. In which case, what'll happen to him, Clary said. Well, when he turns back into a human, they'll still kill him, but you might have a few more hours. Wish you were there. Yeah, we wish you were there too. We have this week. It got moved to Wednesday night. Remember, it's the BG3 girls' night this week, and it's now on Wednesday. So, that timing explanation went great, thanks. Then you have to help us, Clary said to the warlock, otherwise Simon will die. Magnus looked her up and down with a sort of clinical sympathy. They all die, dear, he said. You might as well get used to it. He began to shut the door. Jace stuck out a foot, wedging it open. Magnus sighed. What now? You still haven't told us where the lair is, Jace said. And I'm not going to. I told you. It was Clary who cut him off, pushing herself in front of Jace. You messed with my brain, she said. Took my memories. Can't you do this one thing for me?
5, 6, 8, 3000 BC? I don't know. Oof. Why are you crying? Tree, why are you crying? Don't oof me. We changed the date for you. Is that an oof to it's this Wednesday, BG3 night? You said Wednesday works. Don't you oof me. There's better be oof on something else.
Magnus narrowed his gleaming cat eyes. Somewhere in the distance, Charmaine Meow was crying. Slowly, the warlock lowered his head and struck it once, not too gently, against the wall. The old Hotel Dumont, he said, uptown. I know where that is. Jace looked pleased. We need to get there right away. Do you have a portal? Clary demanded, addressing Magnus. No, he looked annoyed. Portals are quite difficult to construct and pose no small risk to their owner. Nasty things can come through them if you're not warded properly. The only ones I know of in New York are the one at Dorothea's and the one at Renwick's, but they're both too far away to be worth the bother of trying to get there, even if you were sure their owners would let you use them, which they probably wouldn't. Got that? Now go away. Magnus stared pointedly at Jace's feet, still blocking the door. Jace didn't move. One more thing, Jace said. Is there a holy place around here? Good idea. If you're going to take on a lair of vampires by yourself, you'd better pray first. We need weapons, Jace said tersely. More than what we've got on us. Magnus pointed. There's a Catholic church down on the Diamond Street. Will that do? Jace nodded, stepping back. The door slammed in their faces. Clary, breathing as she'd been running, stared at it until Jace took her arm and steered her down the steps and into the night. Oh, that can be a girl. Oh, that's so cute. There's a BG3 night. We do, we just started it. We just started the multiplayer campaign. And so we've been doing that. I think we've only done 1 day of it. Or 2 days of it? Did we do 2 days of it? No. 1. I have a girls' night. You have an Tree! No! Hoofda. No. I am heartbroken. I've been shot. Ugh. Rough. That's rough. Fine, we'll play without you. We'll just pull another party person in. It's okay. That's sad, but it's okay. It's sad, but it's okay. We'll manage. We'll get farther along and then you can join us again. Okay, one more chapter. Un más. Existenly dos. Un más. 1. No 2. 1. I've been working so much that we finally found a night that my girls and I can all make work. Well, yeah, it was supposed to be our night. That's why it was free. Oh, I can go fem. Wait, is BG3 multiplayer platform yet? Multi-platform yet? I don't know. That's a great question. I just started playing it. This multiplayer run-through that we're doing, that we've only played for 1 day, is the only playthrough I have on it. I don't know why I thought it was Thursday, because it typically is Thursday, but someone was, I swear to God, Tree, if this wasn't you and I'm mixing you up with somebody, the WoW early release comes out. Yeah, that's why. Yes, it was you. Okay. So, you're breaking my heart. Tree, it's Saturday. You're funny, Thigh. She probably knows what day it is, but she's referring to our girls' night's supposed to be Thursday. But yeah, you asked to have it on Wednesday, so I changed it. My internal calendar is fried. Yeah, I agree. Same. Okay, while you're freaking out about the fact that you ruined the girls' night, we'll be fine. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick so we can finish this chapter. Ooh, how's the book? Had phone calls and sketching. Oh, that's totally fine. I just got 1 more chapter. But I need to go to the bathroom. So, I'll be right back. But 1 more chapter, so you don't have to leave yet. What are you sketching? You should send a picture in Discord. A friend told me that expansion was next week, and I was like, no, you're lying. Go. Okay, I'm going. Okay, this is information I 100% didn't need to share, but I just Jack Sparrow ran through the house to go to the bathroom. I'm such a jerk. I just call myself a jerk. I'm just a nerd. Where did jerk come from? I'm just a nerd. That was fast. I Jack Sparrow ran through the house. Okay. BD3 is on Xbox and you need a fourth. That can pretend to be a girl. Or a knight. Whatever the requirements are. That's, we'll see. What time are we starting on Wednesday? I might be home in time. The regular time. So, and this is why my times are all messed up. So I think the regular time girls' night starts at 8 p.m. Eastern, which means that's my 6 p.m. Mountain. But it could be 5 Mountain and 7 Eastern. But I'm not sure when we started because some of the game nights keep going back between the 7 and 8 Eastern. The being no. The time zone between the girlies for girl night. I will be home. Okay, so yeah, I think it's 8 p.m. Eastern. We can check the Discord real quick. 4 events. BG3 campaign to... It is 7. So this one's set up for 7. Eastern. You can also make 7 Eastern. Okay, then I won't mess with it. Yeah, so if it's any earlier, I won't be home. Nope, so this one's set for 7 Eastern because it's 5 Mountain for me. So, and I made it, so that's why it's 5 probably, because I think originally we started girls' night when it first became a thing at 7 Eastern. And then recently with the new survey we sent through, it got changed to the 8 Eastern. But I'll get on at 5 every time because that's my normal stream time. Yay, no longer heartbroken! Hey! Or the PMS messes with the peeing that you have a factor in the PM. And oh, you keep going, bud. You try. Can I join girls' night as an NB person? What's an NB person? Allegrata, you can join our server. It's a girls' streaming group server if you want to join. I recruit. I'm admin, so I can recruit. If you're interested. The issue is some girl nights start so late. Non-binary, basically. Non-binary. No problem. So, for the BG3 girls night, I know that your party is full with 5 or 4, and so I don't know how that'll work. But Allegrata, our girls, yeah. Our girls, we do girls night typically every Thursday of the month, and we do different ones. And all of us girls are on our own little server if you'd be interested in joining. Just selling it to you right now. Just gonna confirm with Jess and Sid. I will. Yeah, for sure. I'll send it to them. Most of the time they don't have issues with it because we know what we're doing. No, we do not. If for some of my viewers, and possibly Tree, you might have met her, we had Tipper, who was part of our community, and she's got grandkids, and we loved her. And she's awesome. Thanks for a reminder, though. I can't believe I thought it was a different day and week. Tipper is the GOAT. She's awesome. And she is definitely older than you, Allegrata. So you are totally good. You're fine. You're awesome. We'll love you anyway. Don't even worry about it. Old person who probably schools you D&D. Schools you D&D wise. Not sure about that. We chatted. Just had kids. We chatted. I just had kids later. I feel old as shit, so it's fine.
This is awesome. No, we accept all ages. Totally. You feel old. That's okay. My body is old. My spirit is so young, but my body is very, very old. Yeah. Oops. Okay. I'm getting very sidetracked. I'll deal with it later. Okay. So I send a pic in Discord when I get more detail added. I must not be seeing any. That's okay. Oh, you will send a picture when you get more detail added. Okay, sorry. I read you sent one. I'm like, ooh, but I didn't see it. Okay. Okay. One more chapter. Here we go. My hair, I'm shedding. Chapter 14. The Hotel du Mont. Man, this scene in the movie is really good. Is that how procreation works now? Chatting? Gonna wear a mask again? That's so bad. John, we're the same age? That's awful. You say you feel old and then you follow up with, hey, we're the same age. Thanks. What is it? Oh my god, I saw a TikTok. Oh, I saw a TikTok today. And it was vintage. The definition for vintage is older than 25 years. I am vintage. Like, what the fuck? I'm ancient. I'm still 25. Oh, so I'm older than you, Tree. If 25 is vintage, I'm ancient. We're all vintage. I'm dying. Straight up dying. I love this. Bottle me, please. Ad break. I'm gonna eat something. For this ad break. She confirmed she ate one thing. I did. I ate something. They're so funny. Okay. As I almost choke on that one thing. Why does it disappear like that? I think it's outdated. I think I have something that's outdated, and so it stopped working. Okay, 80 minus 52. Late ass dinner request. Real quick. That's what RQ is. Real quick. I said request. Oops. Ooh, tell me what you're eating. I haven't ate dinner yet either. Okay. Welcome back. 80 minus... Oh, didn't tell you what the thing was. Just suspense. It's Toffeeettes. The C's candy. The light is awful. Toffeeettes. 28. Yeah? Is that accurate? 28? This feels a lot more than like 28. Thanks. Thank you for mathing for me. I couldn't math and think talk and think and math at the same time. Multitasking is a myth. However, with ADHD, it's actually
semi-amiss, semi-not. Like, you can't multitask, be thinking about two things, but you can be doing one thing and thinking about another. And that's why ADHD has, like, the fidgets and stuff, because you can be doing something, but if your brain isn't focused on it, like you're just doing it, your brain is able to focus on something else. So, like, in college, I would draw. I'd just sit there and I'd draw, and I'd be listening. And I would retain the most information when I was drawing, but it would look like I wasn't giving two shits about what was being talked about. But okay, chapter 14, the Hotel Dumort. Oh, I said Dumont. It does say Dumort. Depends on the brand of ADHD. My ADHD allows that. Correct. Everyone's ADHD is different. That's also something that I've been learning recently. At night, the Diamond Street Church looked spectral, its Gothic arched windows reflecting the moonlight like silvery mirrors. A wrought iron fence surrounded the building and was painted a matte black. Clary rattled the front gate, but a sturdy padlock held it closed. "It's locked," she said, glancing at Jace over her shoulder. He brandished his stele. Let me at it." She watched him as he worked at the lock, watched the lean curve of his back and the swell of muscles under the short sleeves of his t-shirt. The moonlight washed the color out of his hair, turned it more silver than gold. We went straight into admiration here. I also have either ADHD or misdiagnosed autism. Still want that snack. Wait, I just put it up. Whoa, hey, I had it in front. Oh, we were doing math. I had it in front of the screen. They're Toffee-ettes. C's candy little Toffee-ettes. The light's really bad, so like you can't really read it very well. Ah! Toffee-ettes. They're really yummy. I bought them a while ago. I forgot they were behind my desktop. My monitors. The padlock hit the ground with a clang, a twisted lump of metal. Jace looked pleased with himself. "As usual," he said. "I'm amazingly good at that." Clary felt suddenly annoyed. "When the self-congratulatory part of the evening is over, maybe we can get back to saving my best friend from being drained of blood to death." I know what the word means. The blue skidoo isn't working. The blue skidoo. The what? Blue's Clues isn't working. I guess I'll feed myself. That's the only voice I can do of anything. You're welcome. I'm very reluctant to do that. Exsanguinated? Exsanguinated. It means to be drained of blood. So, maybe we could get back to saving my best friend from being exsanguinated. I still said it wrong. To death? He repeats it, said Jace, impressed. "That's a big word. And you're a big tisk. Whatever that tisk is supposed to be. Nope, that's a horse call. That's what it is. I just realized I don't have my phone. It's dead. Some pictures will have to wait until tomorrow. That's okay. Sharing is caring. Doesn't matter when you share it. The only voice you can do is dog yapping. The only one I can do is Blue's Clues. Like a character voice, yeah. I blow up my cheeks to do it. No. Oh, the tisk. He interrupted. I can't do that sound. It's fine. "No swearing in church." "We're not in the church yet," Clary muttered, following him up the stone path to the double front doors. The stone arch above the doors was beautifully carved, an angel looking down from its highest point. Sharply pointed spires were silhouetted back against the night sky, and Clary realized this was the church she had glimpsed earlier that night from McKinnon Park. She bit her lip. It seems wrong to pick the lock on a church door somehow. Jace's profile in the moonlight was serene. We're not going to, he said, sliding his stell into his pocket. He placed a thin brown hand, marked all over with delicate white scars like a veil of lace against the wood of the door, just above the latch. In the name of the clave, he said, I ask entry to this holy place. In the name of the battle that never ends, I ask the use of your weapons. In the name of the angel Raziel, I ask your blessings on my permission against the darkness. On my mission against the darkness. Ooh, damn. Clary stared at him. He didn't move, though the night wind blew his hair into his eyes. He blinked, and just as she was about to speak, the door opened with a click and a creak of hinges. It swung inward, smoothly before them, opening onto a cool, dark, empty space lit by points of fire. Jace stepped back. After you. When Clary stepped inside, a wave of cool air enveloped her, along with the smell of stone and candle wax. Dim rows of pews stretched toward the altar, and a bank of candles glowed like a bed of sparks against the far wall. She realized that, apart from the Institute, which didn't really count, she'd never actually been inside a church before. She'd seen pictures and seen the inside of churches in movies and in anime shows. This says anime! Where they turned up regularly. A scene in one of her favorite anime series took place in a church with a monstrous vampire priest. You were supposed to feel safe inside a church, but she didn't. Strange shapes seemed to loom up at her out of the shadows. She shivered. Yo, that's in this book. Straight up like, yeah, anime. What? About to tab it. Don't matter, but I'm going to tab it. The library book. Can picture the owl wings as she shifts back and forth. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna have to do something else. Even if I do this, I feel like you'd still see it. But I can't read the book like this. Okay. I can't. The seat isn't big enough. I missed my big one. Shift sideways. Okay. I'm probably still gonna rock, but I'm not gonna rock like... I don't shift, by the way. I pace and can walk a mile inside. That's awful. It's kind of funny. I was deep cleaning the other day at home. Obviously at home, hopefully. Obviously at home. I was deep cleaning, and when you vacuum and stuff, it's so much harder to vacuum the places that are the most traveled in your house because it's the most packed down. Like in the carpet. Sorry, in carpet. Ouch. Okay. The stone walls keep out the heat, said Jace, noticing. It's not that, she said. You know, I've never been in a church before. You've been in the Institute. I mean in a real church, for services, that sort of thing. Really? Well, this is the nave, where the pews are. That's where people sit during services. They moved forward, their voices echoing off the stone walls. Up here is the apse. That one I don't know. That's where we're standing. And this is the altar, where the priest performs the Eucharist? Eucharist? Carpeted stairs suck. Oh my god. They suck better than the vacuum, to be honest. Try vacuuming the stairs. That sucks. The double suck. It's always at the east side of the church. He knelt down in front of the altar, and she thought for a moment that he was praying. The altar itself was high, made of the dark granite and draped with a red cloth. Behind it loomed an ornate gold screen, etched with the figures of saints and martyrs. Martyrs. Each with a flat gold disc behind his head representing a halo. Jace, she whispered, what are you doing? He had placed his hands on the stone floor and was moving them back and forth rapidly, as if searching for something, his fingertips stirring up dust. Looking for weapons. Here? They'd be hidden, usually around the altar, kept for our use in case of emergencies. And this is what? Some kind of deal you have with the Catholic Church? Not specifically. Demons have been on Earth as long as we have. They're all over the world, in their different forms. Greek demons, Persian devas, Hindu asuras, Japanese oni. Most belief systems have some method of incorporating both their existence and the fight against them. Shadow hunters cleave to no single religion, and in turn, all religions assist in our battle. I could as easily have gone for help to a Jewish synagogue or a Shinto temple, or... here it is. Here, look at that. I lost my own sense. He brushed dust aside as she knelt down beside him. Carved into one of the octagonal stones before the altar was a rune. Clary recognized it, almost as easily if she were reading a word in English. It was the rune that meant Nephilim. Jace took out his stele and touched it to the stone. With a grinding noise, it moved back, revealing a dark compartment underneath. Inside the compartment was a long wooden box. Jace lifted the lid and regarded the neatly arranged objects inside with satisfaction. What are all these? Clary asked. Vials of holy water, blessed knives, steel, and silver blades, Jace said, piling the weapons onto the floor beside him. Electrum wire, not much use at the moment, but it's always good to have spare. Silver bullets, charms of protection, crucifixes, stars of David. Jesus, said Clary. I doubt he'd fit. Jace! Clary was appalled. What? He's assuming the position. Demonstrate the potency of your weapon. I'm sorry. Oh my god. I love that cute little emote. But that's awful. I don't know. It seems wrong to make jokes like that in a church. He shrugged. I'm not really a believer. Clary looked at him in surprise. You're not? He shook his head. Hair fell over his face, but he was examining a vial of clear liquid and didn't reach up to push it back. Clary's fingers itched with a desire to do it for him. You thought I was religious? He said. Well, she hesitated. If there are demons, then there must be... Must be what? Jace slid the vial into his pocket. Ah, he said. You mean if there's this, and he pointed down toward the floor. There must be this. He pointed up, toward the ceiling. It stands to reason, doesn't it? Jace lowered his hand and picked up a blade, examining the hilt. I'll tell you, he said. I've been killing demons for a third of my life. I must have sent 500 of them back to whatever hellish dimension they crawled out of. And in all that time, I've never seen an angel. Never even heard of anyone who has. But it was an angel who created shadow hunters in the first place, Clary said. That's what Hodge said. It makes a nice story. Jace looked at her through eyes slitted like a cat's. My father believed in God, he said. I don't. At all. She wasn't sure why she was needling him. She'd never given any thought to whether she believed in God and angels and so forth herself, and if asked, would have said she didn't. There was something about Jace, though, that made her want to push him, crack that shell of cynicism and make him admit he believed in something, felt something, cared about anything at all. You just said I doubt Jesus would fit. Apology withdrawn. Yeah. Get your mind out of the gutter. It does get a little like... This book does have a little bits of those moments where they're like nitbits of that kind of in it anyway, so... Let me put it this way, he said, sliding a pair of knives into his belt. The faint light that filtered through the stained glass windows threw squares of color across his face. My father believed in a religious God, a righteous God. Deus vult, that was his motto, because God wills it. It was the Crusaders' motto, and they went out to battle and were slaughtered, just like my father. And when I saw him lying dead in a pool of his own blood, I knew then that I hadn't stopped believing in God. I just stopped believing God cared. There might be a God, Clary, and there might not, but I don't think it matters. Either way, we're on our own. ... Good, but good. By the way, book accurate, Jesus would laugh too. Good book. Okay. They were the only passengers in their train car headed back uptown. Clary sat without speaking, thinking about Simon. Every once in a while, Jace would look over at her as if he were about to say something, before lapsing back into an uncharacteristic silence. When they climbed out of the subway, the streets were deserted, the air heavy and metal-tasting. The bodegas and laundromats and check-cashing centers silent behind their nighttime doors of... Why are there such hard words in this book? Corrugated steel? I think that's what that is. They found the hotel finally, after an hour of looking, on a side street off 116th. They walked past it twice, thinking it was just another abandoned apartment building, before Clary saw the sign. It had come loose from a nail, and it dangled hidden behind a stunted tree. Hotel Dumont. This says Dumont. The beginning of this chapter did not say Dumont because I corrected myself. This says Dumort. Ooh, there's an error. The previous page said Hotel Dumont. That's what Magnus said. Chapter 14, it says Hotel Dumort. Like, for the chapter title. And then, like, 4 pages later, it says Dumont again. Ooh. Book not accurate. JK. Okay, where was I at? Oh, here it is. Oops, my bad. I got too ahead of myself. It had come loose from a nail, and it dangled hidden behind a stunted tree. Hotel Dumont. It should have said, but someone had painted out the N and replaced it with R. Hotel Dumort. I got too quick. I was too ahead of myself. I apologize. Sorry. Hotel Dumort, she said when she pointed it out to him. Cute. Clary had only 2 years of French, but it was enough to get the joke. Dumort, she said. Of death. Jace nodded. He had gone alert all over like a cat who sees a mouse whisking behind a sofa. But it can't be the hotel, Clary said. The windows are all boarded up, and the door's been bricked over. Oh, she finished, catching his look. Right. Vampires. But how do they get inside? They fly, Jace said, and indicated the upper floors of the building. It had once, clearly, been a graceful and luxurious hotel. In the stone facade, I'm doing it again. I have my arms out and I'm twisting. I'll just go back to shaking my leg down here. The stone facade was elegantly decorated with carved curlicues and fleur-de-lis, dark and eroded from years of exposure to polluted air and acid rain. We don't fly, Clary felt impelled to point out. No, Jace agreed. We don't fly. We break and enter. He started across the street toward the hotel. Flying sounds like more fun, Clary said, hurrying to catch up with him. Right now, everything sounds like more fun. She wondered if he meant it. There was an excitement about him, an anticipation of the hunt that didn't look to her as if he were as unhappy as he claimed. He's killed more demons than anyone else his age. He didn't kill that many demons by hanging back reluctantly from a fight. A hot wind had come up, stirring the leaves on the stunted trees outside the hotel, sending the trash in the gutters and on the sidewalk skittering across the cracked pavement. The area was oddly deserted, Clary thought, usually. In Manhattan, there was always someone else on the street, even at 4 a.m. Several of the streetlights lining the sidewalk were out, though the one closest to the hotel cast a dim yellow glow across the cracked pathway that led up to what once had been the front door. She doing the read the left page, then remember you skipped the right thing. I'm doing what? Oh, you talking about my Dumort comment? where I was like, oh yeah, hey, no, it's wrong. And then I was like, oh wait, yeah, oops. Stay out of the light, Jace said, pulling her toward him by her sleeve. They might be watching from the windows. And don't look up, he added, but it was too late. Clary had already glanced up at the shattered windows of the higher floors. For a moment she half thought she glimpsed a flicker of movement at one of the windows, a flash of whiteness that could have been a face, or a hand drawing back a heavy drape. Come on, Jace drew her with him to melt into the shadows closer to the hotel. She felt her heightened nervousness in her spine, in the pulse in her wrist, in the hard beat of blood in her ears. The faint drone of distant cars seemed very far away, the only sound the crunch of her own shoes on the garbage-strewn pavement. She wished she could walk soundlessly, like a shadow hunter. Maybe someday she'd ask Jace to teach her. They slipped around the corner of the hotel into an alley that had probably once been a service lane for deliveries. It was narrow, choked with garbage, moldy cardboard boxes, empty glass bottles, shredded plastic, scattered things that Clary thought at first were toothpicks, but up close looked like bones, Jace said flatly. Dog bones, cat bones. Don't look too closely. Going through vampires' trash is rarely a pretty picture. She swallowed down her nausea. Well, she said, at least we know we're in the right place. She was rewarded by a glint of respect that showed, briefly, in Jace's eyes. Oh, we're in the right place, he said. Now we just have to figure out how to get inside. There had clearly been windows here once, now bricked up. There was no door and no sign of a fire escape. When this was a hotel, Jace said slowly, there must have gotten their deliveries here. I mean, they wouldn't have brought things through the front door. And there's no place else for trucks to pull up, so there must be a way in. Clary thought the little shops and bodegas near her house in Brooklyn. She'd seen them get their deliveries early in the morning while she was walking to school. Seen the Korean deli owners opening the metal doors set into the pavement outside their front doors, so they could carry boxes of paper towels and cat food into their supply cellars. I bet the doors are in the ground, probably buried under all of this garbage. Jace, a beat behind her, nodded. That's what I was thinking, he sighed. I guess we'd better move the trash. We can start with the dumpster, he pointed at it, looking distinctly unenthusiastic. You'd rather face a ravening horde of demons, wouldn't you? Clary said. At least they wouldn't be crawling with maggots. Well, he added thoughtfully, not most of them, anyway. There was this one demon, once, that I tracked down to the sewers under Grand Central. Don't. Clary raised a warning hand. I'm not really in the mood right now. That's going to be the first time a girl's ever said that to me, Jace mused. Stick with me and it won't be the last. The corner of Jace's mouth twitched. This is hardly the time for idle banter. We have garbage to haul. He stalked over to the dumpster and took hold of one side of it. You get the other. We'll tip it. Tipping it will make too much noise, Clary argued, taking up her station on the other side of the huge container. It was a standard city trash bin, painted dark green, splotched with garbage and something else. Something thick and sweet that filled her throat and made her want to gag. We should push it. Now look, Jace began when a voice spoke, suddenly out of the shadows behind them. Do you really think you should be doing that? It asked. Clary froze, staring into the shadows at the mouth of the alley. For a panicked moment, she wondered if she'd imagined the voice. But Jace was frozen too, astonishment on his face. It was rare that anything surprised him, rare that anyone snuck up on him. He stepped away from the dumpster, his hand sliding toward his belt, his voice flat. Is there someone there? Dios mío, the voice was male, amused, speaking in a liquid Spanish. You're not from this neighborhood, are you? Ooh. He stepped forward out of the thickest of the thickest of the shadows. The shape of him evolved slowly. A boy, not much older than Jace and probably 6 inches shorter. He was thin-boned, with big dark eyes and honey-colored skin of a Diego Rivera painting. He wore black slacks and an open-necked white shirt and a gold chain around his neck that sparked faintly as he moved closer to the light. You could say that, Jay said carefully, not moving his hand away from his belt. You shouldn't be here. The boy raked a hand through his thick black curls that spilled over his forehead. This place is dangerous. He means it's a bad neighborhood. Clary almost wanted to laugh, even though it wasn't at all funny. "We know," she said. "We just got a little lost, that's all." The boy gestured to the dumpster. "What were you doing with that?" I'm not good at lying on the spot, Clary thought, and looking at Jace, who she hoped would be excellent at it. He disappointed her immediately. "We were trying to get into the hotel. We thought there might be a cellar door behind the trash bin." The boy's eyes widened in disbelief. "Puta madre. Why would you want to do something like that?" Jace shuddered. "For a prank." Oh, shuddered. Jace shrugged. "For a prank, you know. Just a little fun." "You don't understand. This place is haunted. Cursed. Bad luck." He shook his head vigorously and said several things in Spanish that Clary suspected had to do with the stupidity of spoiled white kids in general, and their stupidity in particular. "Walk with me. I'll take you to the subway." We know where the subway is," said Jace. The boy laughed, a soft, vibrant laugh. "Claro. Of course you do, but if you go with me, no one will bother you. You do not want trouble, do you?" "That depends," Jace said, and moved so that his jacket opened slightly, showing the glint of weapons thrust through his belt. "How much are they paying you to keep people away from the hotel?" The boy glanced behind him, and Clary's nerves twanged as she imagined the narrow alley mouth filling up with other shadowy figures, white-faced, red-mouthed, the glint of fangs as sudden as metal striking sparks from pavement. When he looked back at Jace, his mouth was a thin line. "How much are you paying me, chico?" "The vampires. How much are they paying you? Or is it something else? Did they tell you they'd make you one of them? Offer you eternal life, no pain, no sickness, you'd get to live forever?" "Because it's not worth it. Life stretches out very long when you never see sunlight, chico," said Jace. The boy was expressionless. "My name is Raphael, not Chico." "But you know what we're talking about. You know about the vampires?" Clary said. Raphael turned his face to the side and spit. When he looked back at them, his eyes were full of glittering hate. "Los vampiros, sí. The blood-drinking animals. Even before the hotel was boarded up, there were stories. The laughter late at night, the small animals disappearing, the sounds." He stopped, shaking his head. "Everyone in the neighborhood knows to stay away. But what can you do? You cannot call the police and tell them their problem is vampires." "Have you ever seen them?" Jace asked, "or known anyone who has?" Raphael spoke slowly. "There were some boys once, a group of friends. They thought they had a good idea, to go into the hotel and kill the monsters inside. They took guns with them, knives too, all blessed by a priest. They never came out. My aunt, she found their clothes later, in front of the house." "Your aunt's house," said Jace. "See, one of the boys was my brother," said Raphael flatly. "So now you know why I walk by here in the middle of the night sometimes, on the way home from my aunt's house, and why I warned you away. If you go in there, you will not come out again." "Woohoo!" "My friend is in there," said Clary. "We came to get him." "Ah," said Raphael. "Then perhaps I cannot warn you away." "No," Jay said, "but don't worry. What happened to your friends won't happen to us." He took one of the angel blades from his belt and held it up. The faint light emanating from it lit the hollows under his cheekbones, shadowed his eyes. "I've killed plenty of vampires before. Their hearts don't beat, but they can still die." Raphael inhaled sharply and said something in Spanish too low and rapid for Clary to understand. He came toward them, almost stumbling over a pile of crumpled plastic wrappers in his haste. "I know what you are. I have heard about your kind, from the old padre at St. Cecilia's. I thought that was just a story." "All the stories are true," Clary said, but so quietly that he didn't seem to hear her. He was looking at Jace, his fists clenched. "I want to go with you," he said. Jace shook his head. "No, absolutely not." "I can show you how to get inside," Raphael said. Jace wavered, temptation plain on his face. "We can't bring you." "Fine." Raphael stalked by him and kicked aside a heap of trash piled against the wall. There was a metal grating there, thin bars filmed with a brownish-red coating of rust. He knelt down, took hold of the bars, and lifted the grating away. "This is how my brother and his friends got in. It goes down to the basement, I think." He looked up as Jace and Clary joined him. Clary Half held her breath. The smell of the garbage was overwhelming, and even in the darkness she could see the darting shapes of cockroaches crawling over the piles.
I would hate that. That's awful. Awful.
Ow. Sorry, my earring was messed up. It was hurting me. A thin smile had formed just on the corner of Jace's mouth. He still had the angel blade in his hand. The witch light that came from it lent his face a ghostly cast, reminding her of the way Simon had held a flashlight under his chin while telling her horror stories when they were both 11. "Thanks," he said to Raphael. "This will work just fine." The other boy's face was pale. "You go in there and do for your friend what I could not do for my brother." Jace slipped the seraph blade back into his belt and glanced at Clary. "Follow me," he said, and slid through the grating in a single smooth move, feet first. She held her breath, waiting for a shout of agony or amazement, but there was only the soft thump of feet landing on solid ground. "It's fine," he called up, his voice muffled. "Jump down and I'll catch you." She looked at Raphael. "Thanks for your help." He said nothing, only held out his hand. She used it to steady herself while she maneuvered into position. His fingers were cold. He let go as she dropped down through the grating. I think he's a vampire. I think he's the brother that went in. That's just me right there. That's just me thinking. I don't 100% remember everything about this book, but I know I've read it and I've watched that movie, but I don't know how close the movie is to this book. He let go of her as she dropped down through the grating. It was only a second's fall, and Jace caught her, her dress rucking up around her thighs, and his hand grazing her leg as she slid into his arms. He let go almost immediately. "You all right?" She pulled her dress down, glad he couldn't see her in the dark. "I'm fine." Jace pulled the dimly glowing angel blade out of his belt and lifted it, letting its glowing illumination wash over their surroundings. They were standing in a shallow, low-ceilinged space with a cracked concrete floor. Squares of dirt showed where the floor was broken, and Clary could see that black vines had begun to twine up the walls. A doorway, missing its door, opened onto another room. A loud thump made her start, and she turned to see Raphael landing, knees bent, just a few feet from her. He had followed them through the grating. He straightened up and grinned maniacally. Jace looked furious. "I told you, and I heard you." Raphael waved a dismissive hand. "What are you going to do about it? I can't get back out the way we came in, and you can't just leave me here for the dead to find, can you?" "I'm thinking about it," Jace said. He looked tired. Clary saw with some surprise, the shadows under his eyes more pronounced. Raphael pointed. "We must go that way, toward the stairs. They're up on the higher floors of the hotel. You will see." He pushed past Jace and through the narrow doorway. Jace looked after him, shaking his head. "I'm really starting to hate mundanes." Ooh, I don't think he is one, though. That's just me, though. I'm reading this along as reading it to you guys. Like, I'm not well-versed on this book series. And after this first book, I haven't read anything, so... The lower floor of the hotel was a warren of maze-like corridors opening onto empty storage rooms, a deserted laundry, moldy stacks of linen towels piled high in rotted wicker baskets, even a ghostly kitchen, banks of stainless steel counters stretching away into the shadows. Most of the staircases leading upstairs were gone, not rotted, but deliberately chopped away, reduced to stacks of kindling shoved against walls, bits of once luxurious Persian carpet clinging to them like blossoms of furry mold. The missing stairs baffled Clary. What did vampires have against stairs? They finally found an unharmed set, tucked away behind the laundry. Maids must have used it to carry linens up and down the stairs in the days before elevators. Dust lay thick on the steps now, like a layer of powdery gray snow that made Clary cough. "Shh," hissed Raphael. "They will hear you. We are close to where they sleep." "How do you know?" she whispered back. "He wasn't even supposed to be here. What gave him the right to lecture her about noise?" "I can feel it." The corner of his eyes twitched, and she saw that he was as scared as she was. "Can't you?" She shook her head. She felt nothing other than strangely cold. After the stifling heat of the night outside, the chill inside the hotel was intense. At the top of the stairs was a door on which the painted word lobby was barely legible beneath years of accumulated dirt. The door sprayed rust when Jace pushed it open. Clary braced herself. But the room beyond was empty. They were in a large foyer, its rotting carpeting torn back to show the splintered floorboards beneath. Once the centerpiece of this room had been a grand staircase, gracefully curving, lined with gilt banisters and richly carpeted in gold and scarlet. Now all that remained were the high steps, leading up into darkness. The remainder of the staircase ended just above their heads, in midair. The sight was as surreal as one of the abstract Magritte paintings. There's no R. Magritte paintings Jocelyn had loved. This one, Clary thought, would be called The Stairs to Nowhere. Her voice sounded as dry as the dust that coated everything. What do vampires have against stairs? Nothing, said Jace. They just don't need to use them. It's a way of showing that this place is one of theirs. Raphael's eyes were bright. He seemed almost excited. Jace glanced at him sideways. Have you ever actually seen a vampire, Raphael? He asked. Raphael glanced at him almost absently. I know what they look like. They are paler, thinner than human beings, but very strong. They walk like cats and spring with swiftness of serpents. They are beautiful and terrible, like this hotel. You think it's beautiful? Clary asked, surprised. You can see where it was years ago, like an old woman who was once beautiful, but time has taken her beauty away. You must imagine the staircase the way it was once, with the gas lamps burning all up and down the steps, like fireflies in the dark, and the balconies full of people. Not the way it is now, so... He broke off, searching for a word. Truncated, Jay suggested dryly. Raphael looked almost startled, as if Jace had broken him out of a reverie. He laughed shakily and turned away. Clary turned to Jace. Where are they, anyway? The vampires, I mean. Upstairs, probably. They like to be high up when they sleep, like bats, and it's nearly sunrise. Like puppets with their heads attached to strings, Clary and Raphael both looked up at the same time. There was nothing above them but the frescoed ceiling, cracked and black in places as if it had been burned in a fire. An archway to the left led further into darkness. The pillars on either side were engraved with a motif of leaves and flowers. As Raphael glanced back down, a scar at the base of his throat, very white against his brown skin, flashed like a winking eye. She wondered how he'd gotten it. This kid is definitely a vampire. There's no fucking way. He's not a vampire. I think we should go back to the servants' stairs, she whispered. I feel too exposed out here. Jace nodded. You realize, once we get there, you'll have to call out for Simon and hope he can hear you. She wondered if the fear she felt showed on her face. Her words were cut short by a blood-curdling scream. Clary whirled. Raphael. He was gone. No marks in the dust showing where he might have walked or been dragged. She reached for Jace reflexively, but he was already moving, running toward the gaping arch in the fall wall and the shadows beyond. She couldn't see him, but followed the darting witchlight he carried, like a traveler being led through a swamp by a treacherous will-o'-the-wisp. Beyond the arch was what had once been a grand ballroom. The ruined floor was white marble, now so badly cracked that it resembled a sea of floating Arctic ice. Curved balconies ran along the walls, their railings veiled in rust. Gold-framed mirrors hung at intervals between them, each crowned with a gilded Cupid's head. Spiderwebs drifted in the clammy air like ancient wedding veils. Raphael was standing in the center of the room, his arms at his side. Clary ran to him. Jace followed more slowly behind her. Are you all right? She asked breathlessly. He nodded slowly. I thought I saw a movement in the shadows. It was nothing. We've decided to head back to the servants' stairs, Jace said. There's nothing on this floor. Raphael nodded. Good idea. He headed for the door, not looking to see if they followed. He had gotten only a few steps when Jace said, Raphael? Raphael turned, eyes wide and inquisitively, and Jace threw his knife. Raphael's reflexes were quick, but not quick enough. The blade struck home, the force of the impact knocking him over. His feet went out from under him, and he fell heavily to the cracked marble floor. In the dim witch-light, his blood looked black. Jace! Clary hissed in disbelief, shock pounding through her. He said he'd hated mundanes, but he'd never... As she turned to go to Raphael, Jace shoved her brutally aside. He flung himself on the other boy and grabbed for the knife sticking out of Raphael's chest. But Raphael was faster. He seized the knife, then screamed as his hand came in contact with the cross-shaped hilt. It clattered to the marble floor, blood smearing black. Jace had one hand fisted in the material of Raphael's shirt, Sanvi in the other. It was glowing with such a bright light that Clary could see colors again. The peeling royal blue of the wallpaper, the gold flecks on the marble floor, the red stains spreading across Raphael's chest. But Raphael was laughing. "You missed," he said, grinning for the first time, showing pointed white incensors. "You missed my heart." Jace tightened his grip. "You moved in the last minute," he said. That was very inconsiderate." Raphael frowned and spat red. Clary stepped back, staring in dawning horror. "When did you figure it out?" he demanded. His accent had faded. "Oh. Oops. I added. Steph, hi. Hello. I'm reading." So it says, okay. "When did you figure it out?" he demanded. His accent had faded, his words more precise and clipped now. "I guessed in the alley," Jay said, "but I figured you'd get us inside the hotel and then turn on us. Once we trespassed, we'd have been out of the protection of the Covenant. Fair game. When you didn't, I thought I might have been wrong. Then I saw the scar on your throat." He sat back a little, still holding the blade at Raphael's throat. "I thought when I first saw that chain that it looked like the sort you'd hang across from. And you did, didn't you, when you went out to see your family? What's the scar of a little burn when your kind heals so quickly?" Raphael laughed. "Oh, it's not a bite mark. It's from wearing a cross." Raphael laughed. "Was that all? My scar?" "When you left the foyer, your feet didn't leave marks in the dust. Then I knew." "It wasn't your brother who went in here looking for monsters and never came out, was it?" Clary said, realizing. "It was you." "I was right." "Hi, reading. I'm Steph." "Oh, hi, Steph." A bad dad joke. You want to hear my dad joke? How do you make an egg roll? You push it. Ah! "You are both very clever," Raphael said, "although not quite clever enough. Look up," he said, and lifted a hand to point at the ceiling. Jace knocked the hand away without moving his glance from Raphael. "Clary, what do you see?" She raised her head slowly, dread curdling in the pit of her stomach. "You must imagine the staircase the way it once was, with the gas lamps burning all up and down the steps like fireflies in the dark, and the balconies full of people. They were filled with people now, row on row of vampires with their dead white faces." "Push it. Yay! Push it. Push it real good." Sorry. Their red stretched mouths staring bemusedly downward. Jace was still looking at Raphael. "You called them, didn't you?" Raphael was still grinning. The blood had stopped spreading from the wound in his chest. "Does it matter? There are not many of them, even for you. There are too many of them, even for you, Wayland." Jace said nothing. Though he hadn't moved, he was breathing in short, quick pants, and Clary could almost feel the strength of his desire to kill the vampire boy, to shove the knife through his heart and wipe that grin off his face forever. "Jace," she said warningly, "don't kill him." Bedtime. Bye, Allegrata. Have a good night. Thank you. I'm getting really close. I'm on 272, and I need to make it a 280. Getting close. Clary licked her lips. "Oh, no, don't kill him." "Why not?" "Maybe we can use him as a hostage." Jace's eyes widened. "A hostage?" She could see them, more of them, filling the arched doorway, moving as silently as the brothers of the Bone City. But the brothers had not had skin so white and colorless, nor teeth as sharp as needles. Clary licked her dry lips. "I know what I'm doing. Get him on his feet, Jace." Jace looked at her, then shrugged. "All right." Raphael snapped. "This isn't funny." That's why no one's laughing. Jace stood, hauling Raphael upright, jamming the tip of his knife between Raphael's shoulder blades. I can pierce your heart just as easily through your back, he said. I wouldn't move if I were you. Good night, Allegrata. Clary turned away from them to face the oncoming dark shapes. She flung out a hand. Stop right there, she said, or he'll put the blade through Raphael's heart. A sort of murmur ran through the crowd that could have been whispering or laughing. Stop, Clary said again, and this time Jace did something. She didn't see what, that made Raphael cry out in surprised pain. One of the vampires flung an arm out to hold back his companions. Clary recognized him as the thin blonde boy with the earring that she had seen at Magnus's party. She means it, he said. They are shadow hunters. Freedom! Hydrate. I will gladly hydrate for you, Chunga. Amoke, you're off work. That's awesome. You're home now. That's awesome. I definitely needed that drink, Chungo. I appreciate you. I've been reading nonstop. My throat's really dry. So, I appreciate you. Thank you. Drinking water. Okay. Shadow Hunters. That's over there. Okay. Another vampire pushed her way through the crowd to stand at his side. A pretty blue-haired Asian girl in a silver foil skirt. Clary wondered if there were any ugly vampires. Or maybe any fat ones. Maybe they didn't make vampires out of ugly people. Or maybe ugly people just didn't want to live forever. Shadow hunters trespassing on our territory, she said. They are out of the protection of the Covenant. I say we kill them. They have killed enough of ours. The delay on the alert. I know, the delay on the alert is crazy. Which of you is the master of this place? Jace said, his voice very flat. Let him step forward. The girl bared her pointed teeth. Do not use clave language on us, Shadow Hunter. You have broken your precious covenant coming in here. The law will not protect you. That's enough, Lily, said the blonde boy sharply. Our master is not here. She is in Idris. Someone must rule you in her stead, Jace observed. There was silence. The vampires up in the balconies were hanging off the railings, leaning down to hear what was being said. Finally, Raphael leads us, said the blonde vampire. The blue-haired girl Lily let out a hiss of disapproval. Jacob! I propose a trade, Clary said quickly, cutting off Lily's tirade and Jacob's retort. By now you must know you took home too many people from the party tonight. One of them was my friend Simon. Jacob raised his eyebrows. You're friends with a vampire? He's not a vampire, and not a shadow hunter either, she added, seeing Lily's pale eyes narrow. Just an ordinary human boy. We didn't take any human boys home with us from Magnus's party. That would have been a violation of the covenant. He'd been transformed into a rat, a small brown rat, said Clary. Someone might have thought he was a pet, or... Her voice trailed off. They were staring at her as if she were insane. Cold despair seeped into her bones. Let me get this straight, Lily said. You're offering to trade Raphael's life for a rat? Clary looked helplessly back at Jace. He gave her a look that said, This was your idea. You're on your own. Yes, she said, turning back to the vampires. That's the trade we're offering. They stared at her, white faces nearly expressionless. In another context, Clary would have said they looked baffled. She could feel Jace standing behind her, hear the rasp of his breathing. She wondered if he was racking his brain trying to figure out why he'd let her drag them both here in the first place. She wondered if he was starting to hate her. Do you mean this rat? Clary blinked. Another vampire, a thin black boy with dreadlocks, had pushed his way to the front of the crowd. He was holding something in his hand, something brown that squirmed feebly. Simon, she whispered. The rat squeaked and started to thrash wildly in the boy's grip. He looked down at the captive rodent with an expression of distaste. Man, I thought it was Zeke. I wondered why he was copying such an attitude. He shook his head, dreadlocks bouncing. I say she can have him, dude. That's already bitten me 5 times. Clary reached out for Simon, but her hands aching to hold him. But Lily stepped in front of her before she could take more than a step in his direction. Wait, Lily said. How do we know you won't just take the rat and kill Raphael anyway? We'll give our word, Clary said immediately, then tensed, waiting for them to laugh. Nobody laughed. Raphael swore softly in Spanish. Lily looked curious at Jace. Clary, he said. There was an undercurrent of exasperated desperation in his voice. Is this really a... No oath, no trade, said Lily immediately, seizing on his uncertain tone. Elliot, hold on to that rat. The dreadlocked boy tightened his grip on Simon, who sank his teeth savagely into Elliot's hand. Man, he said glumly, that hurt. Clary took the opportunity to whisper to Jace, just swear. What can it hurt? Swearing for us isn't like it is for you mundanes, he snapped back angrily. I'll be bound forever to any oath I make. Oh, yeah? What would happen if you broke it? I wouldn't break it. That's the point. Lily is right, said Jacob. An oath is required. Swear that you won't hurt Raphael, even if we give you the rack back. I won't hurt Raphael, Clary said immediately, no matter what. Lily smiled at her tolerantly. It isn't you we're worried about. She shot a pointed look at Jace, who was holding Raphael so tightly that his knuckles were white. A patch of sweat darkened the cloth of his shirt just between his shoulder blades. He said, All right, I swear. Speak the oath, Lily said swiftly. Swear on the angel. Say it all. Jace shook his head. You swear first. His words fell into the silence like stones, sending a rippling murmur through the crowd. Jacob looked concerned, Lily furious. Not a chance, Shadowhunter. We have your leader. The tip of Jace's knife dug farther into Raphael's throat. And what have you got there? A rat? Simon, pinned in Elliot's hands, squeaked ferociously. Clary longed to snatch him up, but held herself back. Jace? Lily looked toward Raphael. Master. Raphael had his head down, his dark curls falling to hide his face. Blood stained the collar of his shirt, trickling down the bare brown skin underneath. A pretty important rat, he said, for you to come all the way here for him. It is you, Shadowhunter, I think, who will swear first. Jace's grip on him tightened convulsively. Clary saw the swell of the muscles under his skin, the whitening of his fingers, and the sides of his mouth as he fought his anger. The rat's a mundane, he said sharply. If you kill him, you'll be subject to the law. He is in our territory. Trespassers are not protected by the Covenant. You know that. You brought him here, Clary injected. He didn't trespass. Technicalities, said Raphael, grinning at her despite the knife at his throat. Besides, you think we do not hear the rumors, the news that is running through Downworld like blood through veins? Valentine is back. There will be no accords, and no covenant soon enough. Jace's head jerked up. Where did you hear that? Raphael frowned scornfully. All Downworld knows it. He paid a warlock to raise a pack of raveners only a week ago. He was brought his Forsaken to seek the mortal cup. When he finds it, there will be no more false peace between us, only war. No law will protect me from tearing your heart out on the street, Shadowhunter. That was enough for Clary. She dove for Simon, shouldering Lily aside and snatching the rat out of Elliot's hand. Simon scrambled up her arm, gripping her sleeve with frantic paws. It's okay, she whispered. It's okay, though she knew it wasn't. She turned to run and felt hands catch at her jacket, holding her. She struggled, but her efforts to tear herself free of that hands that held her, Lily's, narrow and bony with black fingernails, were hampered by her fear of dislodging Simon, who clung to her with paws and teeth. Let go! She screamed, kicking out the vampire girl. Her booted toe connected hard, and Lily shouted in pain and rage. She whipped her hand forward, striking Clary's cheek with enough force to rock her head back. Clary staggered and nearly fell. She heard Jace shout her name and turned to see that he had let go of Raphael and was racing toward her. Clary tried to go to him, but her shoulders were gripped by Jacob, his fingers digging into her skin. Clary cried out, and the noise was lost in a larger shriek as Jace, snatching one of the glass vials from his jacket, flung its contents toward her. She felt cool wetness splash her face and heard Jacob scream as the water touched his skin. Smoke rose from his fingers, and he released Clary, howling a high animal howl. Lily darted toward him, crying out his name, and in the pandemonium, Clary felt someone seize her wrist. She struggled to yank herself away. "Stop it, you idiot! It's me!" Jace panted in her ear. "Oh!" She relaxed momentarily, then tensed again, seeing a familiar shape loom up behind Jace. She cried out, and Jace ducked and spun just as Raphael leaped at him, teeth bared, quick as a cat. His fangs caught Jace's shirt near the shoulder and tore the fabric lengthwise as Jace staggered. Raphael clung on like a gripping spider, teeth snapping at Jace's throat, Clary fumbling in her pack for the dagger Jace had given her. A small brown shape streaked across the floor, shot between Clary's feet, and launched itself at Raphael. Raphael screamed. Simon hung grimly from his forearm, his sharp rat teeth sunk deep into the flesh. Raphael let go of Jace, flailing backward, blood spurting as a stream of Spanish obscenities poured from his mouth. Jace gaped, his mouth open. Son of a... Regaining his balance, Raphael tore the rat free from his arm and flung him to the marble floor. Simon squeaked once in pain, then dashed over to Clary. She bent down and snatched him up, holding him against her chest as tightly as she could without hurting him. She could feel the hammering beat of his tiny heart against his fingers. "Simon," she whispered. "Simon. There's no time for that. Hold on to him." Jace had caught at her right arm, gripping with painful force. In the other hand he held a glowing seraph blade. "Move." He began to half-pull, half-push her to the edge of the crowd. The vampires winced away from the light of the seraph blade as it swept over them, all of them hissing like scalded cats. "Enough standing around!" It was Raphael. His arm was streaming blood. His lips curled back from his pointed incensors. He glanced at the teeming mass of vampires milling in confusion. "Seize the trespassers!" he shouted. "Kill them both, the rats as well." The vampires started toward Jace and Clary, some of them walking, others gliding, others swooping down from the balconies above like flapping black bats. Jace increased his pace as they broke free of the crowd, heading toward the far wall. Clary squirmed, half turned to look up at him. "Shouldn't we stand back to back or something?" "What? Why?" "I don't know. In movies, that's what they do in this kind of situation." She felt him shake. Was he frightened? No, he was laughing. "You," he breathed. "You are the most..." "The most what?" she demanded indignantly. They were still backing up, stepping carefully to avoid the broken bits of furniture and smashed marble that littered the floor. Jace held the angel blade high above both their heads. She could see how the vampires circling around the edges of the glimmering circle and cast. She wondered how long it would hold them off. "Nothing," he said. "This isn't a situation, okay? I saved that word for when things get really bad." "Really bad? This isn't really bad? What do you want? A nuclear..." She broke off with a scream as Lily, braving the light, launched herself at Jace, her teeth bared in a searing snarl. Jace seized the second blade from his belt and hurled it through the air. Lily fell back screeching, a long gash sizzling down her arm. As she staggered, the other vampires surged forward around her. There were so many of them, Clary thought. So many. She fumbled at her belt, her fingers closing around the hilt of the dagger. It felt cold and foreign in her hand. She didn't know how to use a knife. She never hit anyone, let alone stabbed them. She'd even skipped gym class the day they'd learned how to ward off muggers and rapists with ordinary objects like car keys and pencils. She pulled the knife free, raised it in a shaking hand. The windows exploded inward in a shower of broken glass. She heard herself cry out, saw the vampires, barely an arm's length from her and Jace, whirl in astonishment, shock mingling with terror on their faces. Through the shattered windows came dozens of sleek shapes, 4-footed and low to the ground. Their coats scattered moonlight and broken bits of glass. Their eyes were blue fire, and from their throats came a combined low growl that sounded like the roiling crash of a waterfall. "Wolves. Now this," said Jace, "is a situation." Dun dun dun! That's the end of chapter 14. Whew. Okay. Yeah. We did it. Beautiful. It's 100 pages in under 4 hours because I kind of goofed around for like half an hour. Sweet. My throat hurts. That's okay. I won't do this much talking again for a while.
We are going to... We're going to raid into Papa's. That's what we're going to do. And then I am going to go eat dinner, guys. I haven't ate food. I've been eating these little... I've got some M&Ms. I've got my lemonade / vitamin water. I've got the toffeeettes. And I'm like, ooh, that looks cool. I am. I'm watching the War Within WoW trailer. That's so cool. Okay. I gotta spell her name right, or I'm gonna really mess this up. Or his name. Their name. Okay. But yeah, so that was that. That was fun. Tomorrow morning I'll be back on because it's Sunday mornings. Sunday morning, wow. So that'll be tomorrow morning, and then I'll have work tomorrow, and then I start my work week, so then you won't see me again until I might stream Wednesday morning, possibly before I go to work if I have the evening shift, which I think I do. I think I was supposed to have the evening shift this whole month, and then it got changed out. But so yeah. So for sure, see me tomorrow morning, and then possibly Wednesday, and if not Wednesday, next Thursday. No, you will see me Wednesday. I am in the morning because Wednesday is girl night. I just messed up my own schedule. That was funny. Papa's is rating? Who's Papa's rating? Oh. Yo. Well, shoot. Well, shoot. Well, that's okay. We're gonna raid someone else then, which I'm totally fine with. I don't like not ending a stream with a raid. But yeah, so thank you for being here. Thanks for keeping me company while reading. We will, again, be on tomorrow morning. So let's go. We're going to be rating just Cabrian. And she's really cool. I love her accent. Very country. Grind time. Grind time. Yeah, you got to go grind. And then you can play with me tomorrow morning. Do you work tomorrow? Like, can you play with me tomorrow morning? Are you free tomorrow morning? I think I was going to do... I reached out to a friend to see if he wanted to do remix stuff tomorrow, but if not, like, for sure, let's grind out your healer. Run some dungeons, maybe, outside of leveling. Get you used to healing, possibly. Okay, so you do work, so I won't even worry about it then. But awesome. Sweet. Okay, I'm gonna start the raid. Because I don't know what else to talk about. I already said where I was gonna be. I need to go eat food because food is a necessity. And all I've been doing all day is straight snacking, so gotta fix that. Okay. You just ate? Well, look at you. Congrats. Okay, guys. Well, I will see you tomorrow. Love ya. Thanks for being here. Have a good rest of your night, as I'm gonna possibly go drink some, like, hot cocoa or something, because my throat hurts so bad. Because I don't like hot tea. Good night. Good night, good night, good night. Love you guys. Later, Tater.